All right, guys, welcome to the show. And I'm calling it a show because I've been doing a lot of pre-production work here, and I got to tell you, I am very pleased with the work I've done. I have uh, really made a lot of efficiency happen, and there isn't going to be that much lag between conversation and and what I'm talking about. So I have really tightened the ship here in that sense. What you guys say is so important to what I say and what we talk about here because it is a conversation. Epic, you just put up an I just to give you an idea of how fast this is right now. I would love to know how to protect the vehicles. Melinda, make sure the vehicles are off. When you see a bright light and hear a loud sound, make sure the vehicle's off. And it's not a bright flash of white light, it's going to be a bright flash of yellow light. And it's going to fill the sky because it's going to be coming from the intersection of the comet Atlas and Swan. Nikolai, I was going to say what I was putting, but Epic, this is just to let you know the speed that I can respond to now. Things are moving a lot faster. Anton Devo, I'm in Mexico and it's very hot. Anton, hola, bienvenido. Aquí estamos yo soy en España, yo estoy en España, yo estoy en la provincia de Galicia. Entonces, yo veo el mar Atlántico y te veo en el otro lado. Está más caliente que es el normal para ti. ¿O cómo está ese asunto? Yes, yes, Michelle. If you see the bright light, and if you see a bright light that fills the sky, then yeah, you know it's on, like Donkey Kong, man. It's pull the car over, wait for the sound, and the distance between the light and the sound will give you an idea as to when the EMP is coming. So it'll probably take the EMP twice as long the time between because the speed of sound travels very fast. I mean, speed of light travels fast, then the speed of sound, and then the energy that's pushing it behind because the energy of the EMP, the energy of the explosion pushes everything out faster. So the light suddenly travels faster and sound travels faster, and you're getting not only the sound of the explosion, but you're also getting a sonic boom, just like the sonic boom and groundquake that they had in India today, in Mumbai, I think it was. Uh, Crazy things are happening. Um, it's lagging a little. Yeah, I mean, this is not TV. Um, this is not TV style transmission. You know, this still has to compile on my laptop, send it over the internet to the YouTube servers. The YouTube servers have to spool it and then send it out to the YouTube browser servers, the web servers, and then the web servers have to send the image to you. But it's just a lot faster now. Oh, your car being a Faraday cage to protect your electrical devices? No, 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 no. Not that good. No. Um, Maybe your TV, if you're worried about your big screen TV. Yeah, unplug your TV and put it in your car, and that should be good. But your cell phone and your tablet, everybody's got a microwave. Took those things in the microwave. But anything that's bigger than than an iPad, I mean, yeah, yeah, you know, you could You could risk it, you could chance it, but to me, cardboard and tinfoil is a much better Faraday cage. When will all this take place, Cami? Um, Hablado de quedarse dentro del carro para protegerse si dice que estamos demasiado caliente para quedarse dentro de un carro apagado, igual para proteger los aparatos electrónicos. Sí, oye, I'm going to speak a little Spanish again because we're around the world here. So if I have Spanish and English covered, I have both language. Anton, mira, ponlo en el microhorno. Todo lo más va a estar bien. Si no está enchufado, la tele, los tocadiscos, las cosas así, estéreo y todas las cosas así, eso todo está bien. Las cosas más guardadas son tu smartphone, tu iPad, tu iPhone, esas cosas tienen un sentido muy bueno. Es que no lo pones a riesgo y vas a tener, cuando todo se arranca otra vez, la máquina de servicios, lo vas a tener para usarlo. Y venga, la otra cosa es para que tienes música, para que tienes algo para ver para los niños, si tienes unos vídeos guardados en su iPad, eso es porque quieres guardar esos especialmente. Pero lo demás va a estar bien. El coche va a estar bien y todo lo demás va a estar bien si no está, ¿cómo se dice? Arrancando, no estás viendo la tele cuando viene el golpe. Si estás viendo la tele cuando viene el golpe, va a estar jodido. Pero si no está enchufado y no lo estás mirando, va a estar bien. ¿Ok? Son las cosas pequeñas como el iPhone y el iPad que son muy sensitivos. Estas cosas aquí, pon esos en el microondas. All right, back to English. There's no place that's projected to hardest hit, Melinda. This is just a radio event, okay? So the EMP is a radio event, a high frequency, high energy radio event. If you do an MRI, that's stronger than what this is going to be like, okay? This is going to be a moderate to, this is going to be a moderate EMP. And it's simply designed to knock out electronics to get the world's attention because this is a religious event. This is part and parcel to Planet 9 coming back, Planet X. And absolutely, I keep making the same point. It doesn't matter what you call it. Planet X, Planet 9, it's all part of the creators coming back if it is in fact what is happening. So there's no place that's going to be hardest hit. You know, somebody made a point in the earlier stream. The people that are not going to suffer at all about this, Africa. They're fine. You know, they have cell phones and those things will be affected. And, you know, maybe even certain cell towers. But for the most part, the life that is led in most rural parts of Africa, they're going to be fine. All right. What am I missing? Sorry, Mendoza. I was just talking a lot of Spanish. Hi. Welcome to the thread. Good to see you. Yes, multilingual here. We run all of it. Michelle, right on. I totally agree. Let's see. All right. Let's talk about the electromagnetic pulse. Oppo, sorry about that. We have people from India, we have people from New Zealand, Australia, we have all over the world. So I want to make sure that the Spanish speakers that come online, if they have questions, that I can explain things to them. Anton, dígame si estás bien. the EMP, what's going to happen is, absolute, a bunch of y'all in the thread said, this has happened before. This is nothing new to humanity. How do we know it's happened before? Because here it is all throughout our existence that a message being sent, messages in a bottle, uh, you know, and this is what is done. These are the rocks speaking to humanity. This is a petroglyph. It is a very, very old petroglyph. It is definitely what we'd call Neolithic, if not megalithic. Megalithic being very, very old, way old Stone Age, and Neolithic being the newer Stone Age. So it's hard to determine this. But if you look at the picking activity and the way it was picked out, it was probably megalithic, very old American Indian. The ancestors of the Hopi, to be exact, carved this out. And this is a fellow YouTuber and a subscriber to our channel who filmed this. And so this is what I expect to happen as these two comets approach. They'll become highly charged and highly active. And then these two comets, as they approach each other, they will create a Birkeland current between them. And I'm not sure if it's when the Birkeland currents touch that we'll get the big shock of energy of EMP, or when they pull apart, when the EMP will happen. But EMP just means electromagnetic pulse. It's a quick, high energy pulse that will go through space and affect anything electronic. Probably the things that are going to be affected the most are the satellites. And again, your sensitive cell phones and iPads and sensitive unshielded equipment. There's going to be a lot of business equipment that's going to be affected by this. A lot of computer networks are going to be affected by this because high-end switches that are not well shielded in a cage, they're going to get a bump. So there's going to be a lot of stuff that's going to feel this. Let's see. The Africa meteor strike. So this is what we'll be seeing probably the 23rd, the 23rd. This is what we should be seeing, if our predictions are correct. Our observations have been correct. Andrew and I both have made the observation that Atlas is there. And tonight you'll be able to make the observation that both Atlas and Swan are there, and they're both at the same magnitude. So, that hasn't changed. This whole story of it breaking up and it coming together again, that just strikes me as so bizarre. So, that is interesting. But tonight you'll be able to see both comets dancing over Venus, which is going to be a spectacular sight in itself. And this is what we'll be seeing the 23rd, because this is not only a Hopi representation, but this is throughout history, not throughout history, but throughout Paleolithic history and megalithic history. These drawings are throughout the world. These figures and different bursts. So there's also bursts that we see, and that's the light that we're going to see. There's these joined circles that we see throughout the world in ancient history, and there's also the flary bit. I'll do some more research hopefully later and pull in some graphics of those. So this is what I expect us to see the 22nd, 23rd, and then the burst of light come come the 24th or 25th. Yeah. Sorry. Water. Oh, you're in Ciudad Juarez. I was in El Paso. I was in the Army in El Paso, Texas, Anton. From 1984 to 1986. I don't know how old you are, but yeah, I was in El Paso. And I went to Juarez once, and I think you understand the nature of all of that conversation that we're not going to have. Guys, the stream is filling up pretty fast. Ah, eres tejano. Ah, vale, 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 amigo. Muy bien, muy bien. Yo soy tejano también. Yo estoy nacido en Waco, Waco, Texas. Es donde estoy nacido. All right. So here is this deal. Um, the stream is filling up pretty fast, and I expect a lot of activity today. So if you really need me to answer a question, write the Breadcrumbs Project or at the Breadcrumbs Project, and my name will be highlighted in the stream. Also, if you want to for sure get my attention, go ahead and make a small donation to the channel using Super Chat, and I'd be grateful because I've worked very, very hard on this for many years, but for the last month I have dedicated nothing but my time to bringing you the information that I have now and breaking it down. So there's I'm very proud of the work that I've done on the Breadcrumbs Project, especially with the Atlas and Swan aspects of it, because as everybody who's been searching the internet, I'm the only YouTube channel that really has put together a lot of pieces and sustained those pieces throughout the different news cycles. So what I've been talking about and predicting hasn't changed with the news. So I'm not getting what I'm giving you from the mainstream media. What I'm giving you is what I'm getting from my own investigations. So that's and I'm listening to my iPad over here. I was listening to my iPad just to make sure everything goes through good, that there's no music going when I'm talking. You're getting high-end production here, people. You've got graphics. I mean, we're worth a donation here or there, aren't we? So look, graphics. I mean, high-end stuff. So anyways, if you want to get my attention for sure, do a super chat, and then that will highlight on my screen, and it'll be there. River, hey, listen, I'm sorry I missed something yesterday. You were going to share some stuff with us, and there was a big lag. There had been a big lag between my talking to you and what was coming on the screen, and then I don't get a chance to really read what's transpiring on the screen. So I'm sorry that we missed it, and all of us in the room really felt bad yesterday that we missed something important that you're trying to tell us. So you've got my undivided attention. Hey, Richard. Good morning to you. Welcome to the chat, and thank you for knighting me. I take that honor. All right. Well, cool, 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 cool. If you have anything you need to share, River, um, uh, you know, I'm paying close attention now. I've worked on the systems, and I have really cut down uh, on some services to get the best efficiency that I can, so that there's not much of a lag between the chat and what I'm sending you. And also, I've been keeping a close eye on the feed and the stream is not getting any errors either, so there's good connection. So over the last 4 days, I've really refined my systems to be able to get to the highest efficiency, so the stream comes out fast and I can make sure I'm talking with you guys. So again, I'm sorry, River. Yeah, take your time. This is going to be up for at least 5 hours. Epic. When I go off air, Epic takes over. Andrew, who is just an amazing human being who I've not met in person, but he is the manager of the chat room. I have um, no real control, nor do I want to have any control over that. When I leave, um, sometimes there's things that are said when I'm not present in the room, and that is great. That is great. You're not. I'm not here to brainwash you. Not only do I present the facts to you, but I give you the supporting science for you to do your own investigation. So I give my observations, my opinions, but also the supporting science and locations for you to go and say yes or no. I don't just tell you something and just because I am who I am, you're supposed to have faith in everything I say. No, you test it. Test. Trust, test, and verify. All right. Comments are messengers, no doubt. Hey, Wayne. All right. Welcome. Hey, Partha. Yeah, no, I've been reading your stuff. I have been. What you have to share is fascinating. And yes, the Orion constellation. The Orion constellation is important in every single culture, including the Japanese culture. There's a long tradition of a star coming out of Orion back to Earth. So share on, Partha. You have this channel's attention. And thank you for joining us, and thank you for sharing what you have to share with us. If your stream is if the stream is buffering, it's not my fault at this end. So I've got my iPad up, and of course I'm getting a better result because I'm sure that this is spooling and streaming to the YouTube servers in Spain. Um, and so I'm pulling probably this from the YouTube servers in Spain. But what I'm seeing is going through the internet and coming back. So if there's buffering, I will see it. All right. Yep. No, everything seems to be okay. All right. Partha, yes. Thank you, Epic. I'm reading Partha's stuff. Yes, yes. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, I will be live streaming all day. If I'm not here, then the chat will be up, River. People, um, because especially in the United States and in Western cultures, we don't appreciate the depth of knowledge of the Indian culture, of the Indus Valley, which is one of the oldest cultures. The Sumerian culture and the Indus culture both are really old, but I would say that the Indus culture is far older. So when the gods established the Indus culture, that's when the real nuclear war happened. A lot of us that follow these things think that the nuclear war that devastated Mars and left it the barren rot that it uh, is part of the wars that happened in the Indus Valley, where there's solid proof that nuclear weapons went off a long time ago in the great antiquities of antiquities. There were nuclear bombs that went off, and there's still and Partha, I think you could probably there's been a couple of Indians that have been here and have reminded us the name of the city that has the remnants of a nuclear war. Um, and it has bodies slayed out. The melt patterns of the rock is that of the same as the nuclear bombs that went off in Nagasaki and Hiroshima, and there's also minerals that are only produced during the nuclear event. Um, yep, yep, Partha, yep, yep, yep. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, North India, Krush. I cannot. I cannot get that name in my head. Kurukshetra, 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 Kurukshetra. Fascinating, guys. There are several great YouTubes on this city and the proof of the nuclear warfare. Getting back to my point, the Indian culture has the yoga tradition that of course uh, uh, is such an old tradition that speaks of the magic of the chakras, the magic that is in the human being, and the way you can reach levels of enlightenment by practicing and engaging the energies of your body. And of course, in America, we're like that hippie stuff just man crazy, but then you experience it, and after a while, when you understand, okay, fundamentally, I am an electrical being. I mean, all the impulses going on in my head are electrical, and all the connectivity in the neurons is chemical and electrical. My spinal column is certainly chemical and electrical, and then everything else that radiates out from that is chemical and electrical. But at the core of me is my spinal column, and then this, which is common sense. But the Vedic tradition, the yogic tradition, the Indian tradition of the chakras is that yes, this is your crowning achievement, but you have to get all of this in order. This doesn't just happen along the journey. And so not only do we talk about the chakras, but the Indian culture of India has a huge astrology tradition, a huge astronomy tradition, a huge astrotheology tradition that goes back thousands upon sick number of thousands of years. So even before even before the Sumerian culture, the Indus Valley and the Indian culture had already a long established astro-theological culture, which is their religious traditions revolved around the astrological traditions, and it wasn't just religion; it's just the way you conformed your life. And Parthi, if I'm wrong in what I'm saying, please correct me. I've done a lot of study on this stuff, and I am a practitioner of yoga. I've not been to India, and Parth, I've got the third eye that opened for me 4 years ago. But these last 6 months, my third eye has been very, very active. Yep. All right, epic. Yeah, Parthi, it's great to have you here. Hi, Kelly. After 5,000 years, yep. Well, Partha, you don't need me here. I'll let you just you you you're on it. Love you too, Partha. Much, much, much love to you too. Very much. Thank you. That means a lot to me. Uh, and we're in this absolutely spiritually together. Oh, Michelle, we'll be going on for a long time, so please listen. I'll be talking, and when I sign off, as you know, that's when Andrew takes over and the chat room comes alive. Yes, Partha, that was one of my points, and I'm not going to force you to go back to look at all my previous videos, but one of the key things that I have been focused on is that all of the mythologies and all of what they call the eschatologies, and those are the end times, that those have all started to synchronize over the last 5 years. So the great flood of 12,000 years ago is the great flood of Noah. It's the great flood that made the Grand Canyon. It is the great flood that the Sumerians talk about. It's the great flood that the Phoenicians talk about. It's the great flood that the Egyptians talk about. It sinks up 12,000 years ago. I mean, many of you in this group are followers of Graham Hancock, of the great Randall Carlson, who Randall, like me, is same thing. He just was observing stuff, and one day he was out camping and smoking some pot and having some good times with his friends, listening to music, and he was in the groove, and he was looking at the hills. He says, "That looks like rolling beach hills that you have on the beach after the tide goes out. You have that wavy bit." And he's like, that is it. And that's when he was in his youth, in his early 20s, maybe 18, 19 years old. But in that youthful place, he made an observation that wouldn't let him go. And that's what Breadcrumbs Project is all about. I have observations, I won't let him go. Vega was a pole star 12,000 years ago. That's right, because of the great year, because of precession. Because of precession. Krishna said, what was that he is Vega. Yes, 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 the Krishna. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you so much, Partha. You're bringing such enlightenment. Um, I don't think the daily user is going to return, Partha. I think this is the golden age coming up. The Hopi tradition talks about the fifth age being the great age, and also that um, the age of Aquarius, the golden age. So that's what I think. All right, Epic. Yeah, do your thing, man. I'm just gonna be chatting away. And now that I have the lag down, we won't have as much problems in the chat now. So you go do your thing. Oh, cool, Partha. So you have the same thought about the golden age. And I was thinking about the great meteor that came over um, India today, and the loud boom. you know, and India has the same thing. They have the same call. Look to the skies, listen and see the signals for these times that are coming. So it's not just the Western cultures, it's not just the Christian, Judeo, Muslim that we've been talking about, but it's also the great traditions in India and the Indus culture. And these are just like the Torah. The Vedas and the Sanskrit writings have been gently and sacredly, and that's what happens when you make something sacred to a culture. It gives it not only a value, but a value that's far and beyond the monetary value. So this that's what is that's why you make something sacred, because you just need it to be held on to and followed generation after generation after generation. This is sacred. This is valuable, but this is sacred. You must carry it on. It doesn't make any sense. It's not supposed to make sense. It's sacred. Sacred. It's not supposed to make sense to you, but it's gonna make sense to. Revelations, the eschatologies, the end times, the Hopi traditions. No, they don't make sense. They don't make sense to us right now, except for me. I'm just putting some clues together. Some of these things make sense to me, but they didn't make sense to a generation ago or a generation past. But those that took the responsibilities of sacredness of their culture passed it on. But then came the other cultures that that would come in and see the old ancient culture is ridiculous. The Spanish conquistadors went in and just destroyed as much as of the Mayan and pre-Mayan and pre-Mayan writings as possible. And the Mayan tradition also had their end times, their end calendar, which some scholars are now saying. And there's a difference between scholars and scientists, by the way. A scholar is someone who says, yes, I write, I deal with writings, I interpret writings, I will decipher writings. So a scholar is someone that is dedicated to the pen and paper. And some Mayan scholars say it wasn't 2012 the end time of the Mayan calendar. It's actually 2020, which that makes it very, very intense and overwhelming as we go along. All right. The Vahari, the Varahami Hira. I know you're screaming at the screen right now, Partha, and trying to tell me how to say it. What does it say when Atlas and Swan meet in the sky? Is there anything in the writings about the actual dance of? I think he mentioned something about that. Thank you very much, Absolute. that you like my view of the Q and the Q map. Yet Michelle Wise blew me away, and several of y'all that it makes sense to, because you just have a different view of the world. I look at the Q map and it's it's overwhelming. It is information overload, and I can't just look at it. I have to process it and to make sense. And so my little square that I have that makes sense to me, I mean, it makes perfect sense. I haven't even moved out of there. I'm not doing anything until after the 23rd. So that is my focus, and it's been great conversation. I mean, just what we talked about with Partha has been epic, epic. Yeah, I mean, there is just so much Swan and Atlas combinations throughout the history. I mean, that's why so many people say, it's just not it's not coincidence that these names of these comets. Yeah, I mean, if you look at the mythologies, there's similarities, but there's also many differences. But each part of the world got part of the gods, and each part of the world has part of the puzzles. And just like anybody with puzzles that match, once you start talking about your piece of the puzzle without the predication of my religion is better than yours, you're a savage and I'm not. You're a uh, you're an elitist, I'm not, but the conversations start happening, well, they start to notice not only similarities, but stunning similarities. Yeah, JW, the whole Left Behind thing is strictly a Christian tradition. Not knocking my Christian friends, but there's so little to write about in the Christian canon that that they had to include things. Whether they're right or wrong, I'm not sure. But you know, Christianity is based on Judaism. And the end of the Torah, the end of the Jewish um, Old Testament, the last words are, "Not a letter is to be added, and not a letter is to be taken away." So the word for a Torah scribe is basically a counter. The Torah scribes that create Torahs, they do it a letter for letter, a count for counter, space for space, from an old Torah to the new Torah on vellum, which is calf skin. So they still do it in calf skin. They still use the old style of ink, and so it was very clear. Not a letter was supposed to be added or taken away from Torah. So I look at Revelations, I look at the Christian Testament, the New Testament, as the story of the great rabbi. It is the sayings and the lifetime of the great rabbi Yeshua. I just don't put any stock in Revelations. There's that was added to this book um, during a committee meeting. So Yeshua had no say-so in what was printed and not printed. This was done by Constantine and the Great Synod that they had to canonize. And what I mean to canonize is there was just so many writings about Jesus and the Jesus story and the miracles, and was he married, and did he have children, did he really die and rise? I mean, there was just because Jesus was an event, guys. It wasn't just a isolated case. I mean, the whole Jesus thing that happened in Jerusalem with the Jewish people and the Roman government, that was an epic event. That was no small change. So much so that Josephus wrote about it. So there's this Jesus thing was not a conjugation or a made up happenstance, and something that was invented by somebody, because it's not just one person writing about Yeshua. There was writings about Yeshua all over the Roman kingdom and beyond, and even India. An apostle went to India and set up a Jewish colony there, and it was based on the Rabbi Yeshua's teachings. And his teachings weren't great revelations; they were just really incredible interpretations of the Talmud. So Jesus wasn't just one person invention. No, he was all over the world. And so when Constantine's mother and Constantine converted to Christianity, they were getting so many mixed messages. And Constantine's mother was like, I'm going to Jerusalem, where if you want to get to the truth, you get as close to the root of whatever it is, root cause, root problem. What's the problem in our relationship? What's our root cause of our angst that we're having? The root. So Constantine's mother made pilgrimage to Jerusalem and gathered as much as of the Jesus story as she could, and the writings and everything as she could, and brought it back to Constantinople, which is Istanbul. And there in Istanbul, they compiled all of the writings of Yeshua that they could cobble together, that they could do the independent verification. And then there are the books that didn't make it into the canonized Bible because they were just outside of the norm. Well, that's editing. So there's a lot of editing that goes on in the New Testament. The beauty of the Old Testament, it's a warts and all story. The Torah does not make the Jewish people look good at all. The writings of Jesus, what makes him and his apostles look good, unless there's a moment to make an example of a story. So the New Testament, the Jesus story, Jesus was the real deal. He was a great rabbi, and he is about salvation. But the New Testament is a compilation of relatively new prophecy that is somewhat untested, whereas the eschatologies of many of the older traditions have been passed on, like the Hopi, and it's been done through an oral tradition, which gives it much more authenticity, in my view. So I look at the Christian eschatology as an outlier. I look at the Jewish, the Hopi, the Indian traditions as more authentic. All right, going through. Yeah, I mean, that's the problem with the Christian Left Behind series. it is so dramatic to the individual and really doesn't give the conditionality of what the purpose of the event is. Whereas the Hopi and the Indian, the Indus, and so many other cultures give the whole look at it. Um, they are good movies, I'm sure. Great actors. Ancient JW, I'm curious then. Ancient teachings refer to Mary and Jesus as aspects of each other. No, 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 no. Two things. The story of Mary and Jesus is very similar to the Egyptian view of I think Isis and Horus, if it is, So the Jesus and Mary story is represented in different histories and different traditions, but the Jesus Mary event, the Jesus event, the Jesus was a real person. So, ancient teachings are just like astronomers now with ice comets. They were just trying to do the best interpretation that they can and being erudite. Um, but Yeshua and Jesus was a lot more simple. There's not a lot of need to put more on his story and who he was than there is to do. It should, because it's Jewish in nature, so it should be able to stand up to the scrutiny of argument. So whenever people put symbology on things of the Old Testament, especially, Jews get frustrated and they'll argue with it, because you don't have to put a lot of symbology on things because what is written is strong enough as it is. So if you try to put more on it than the words that are written are there, then you better come heavy with some prior results. All gods in myth are planetary entities? No, no. All the gods of myth were real gods that lived here. That's the Anunnaki that everybody talks about. Um, the planets are named after gods, but the gods were first. Well, the planets were first, obviously, and then the gods came to planet Earth, and then after a time, the Greeks and Romans gave certain names to certain planets to represent a god that they were familiar with, if not that god actually living there, because the god Mars, there may be a very good chance that that god Mars lived there and got himself nuked to ashes because he pissed off Ea and Elohim, So, no, the gods were real. The gods are not myths. Those are not myths. What we see are scribes interpreting what they've seen and what they've experienced. JW. Hey, Army Mom, thanks. And I just wanted to give you, and I didn't get a chance to do it yesterday. I just want to give you a shout out to you and your son, and his experiences. And he is a unique individual for what he has experienced. Um, and so, um, man, I wish he was at a better post than Fort Hood. Wow. Hope he didn't make anybody mad to have to get stationed there, especially being a. But I think it has a lot to do with his MOS, which I don't. My thoughts about what he is doing and being in Fort Hood, and being a five tour veteran. I'm sure he's doing some very good things. So Army Mom, thank you for your sacrifice of having to suffer, knowing your son is in Afghanistan and not knowing how your baby is. I mean, that's your baby, and and he's out there and he's all tough and buff, and he likes playing soldier. We love playing soldier. I like playing soldier, but those who suffer are that are at home, and no one suffers more than the mom. So be strong, and you obviously are, and your pride that you have for your son flows through his system. You know, when your mother is proud of you being a soldier, it makes you 10 times more tall. To use a Dr. Seuss phrase, your heart gets 2 times too big for your chest. So thank you, Army Mom. A big shout out, big hugs and kisses to you. And I know when he comes home, it's a big party. It is. Oh, I'm not gonna cry. I'm not gonna cry. I'm not gonna cry. Exactly, absolute. You have to go back to Aramaic. Reading it in New English, the King James Version, thys and those and alls, thous, you know, that's not it. It's written in Aramaic. It's written in Hebrew. Well, everything that was with Jesus was Aramaic. Everything that is old Jewish, uh, because you have to remember Hebrew is the language of the nation of Israel. So Hebrew is an amalgamation of a Semitic language that was deeply churned up in Egypt. So you know how you have Spanish and English. So you with Hebrew is some Egypt, but it's ancient Egypt. It's ancient Egyptian, which doesn't exist on the planet anymore. Like Hebrew did not exist on the planet for many thousands of years. So when the Hebrews were originally expelled from Israel and expelled to Babylon, that was when they realized that there was a real danger of them losing their language, and there's a real danger of them losing their relationship with Yahweh, with God. And if they lost the 613 commandments, they lost their nation, they lost their state, they lost their religion, they lost their purpose, because that's the purpose of the nation of Israel is Yahweh, and Yahweh is the gift that keeps giving and tormenting the nation of Jacob, Israel. So they've gone through so many changes, and they've made so many people really mad to the point that their language, they were supposed to be erased from the planet, and they just can't do that. So they made sure to erase. If they could erase the language, then they could at least erase the tradition and just get rid of the Hebrews once and for all. They're hard to perish, man. Those Hebrews, that nation of Israel, they're hard to perish. The language and the people and the religion and the love of Yahweh. So the language got abolished, and for so many centuries, the language of the Jews was Aramaic, and that's the language that Yeshua spoke. He spoke Hebrew too. Don't get me wrong. In closed doors, those Jews kept Hebrew alive, but he also spoke Aramaic, and Aramaic was the lingua franca, the language of the people of that area, up and down that area. So Aramaic, good call, absolute. Uh, Jesus died because God said you're going to die. And at the Mount of Olives, Jesus pled to God, please pass this cup from me. I don't want to do this. So Jesus died because God said you had to die. A message has to be sent. You have to suffer. You can't just die. It can't be just a death. That won't go through history. You have to suffer and you have to die. And I think the resurrection is what sealed the deal for his faithful. Because if you remember, once he was killed, they all went into hiding, and that the whole Jesus thing was over. And Jesus had to come back to them in spirit, but in flesh as well, and where doubting Thomas comes in. And I love a doubting Thomas, get on your nerves, but you got to have a doubting Thomas. And doubting Thomas put his finger through the hand and to the side, and my Lord. And so Jesus died because God had to send a message. That's why Jesus died. We're sinners. Did Jesus die for our sins? The message of Jesus dying is like, look, you're not bound by your sins. It's the same message that that the Buddha had. The Buddha and Yeshua. That's why a lot of people, a lot of scholars, the scholars, but it's a good scholarly thought, because the timing is very suspicious of the two, but the message is somewhat the same. What the Buddha was saying was that you are not bound by your sins, and and the sins of your family, upon your resurrection. Your life depends on your happiness. So stop the burden of worrying about what sins you've committed in the past, even in past lifetimes, and seek forgiveness for those. Just be content and happy. Work hard, care for your family, pray to the gods, pray, and just be happy. It's up to you to create your happiness, and that's the fundamental message of the Buddha. And and in Jewish tradition, it's not so much the sins that you commit. It's just the way society frowns upon you for whatever. What family you come from, what tribe you belong to back then. There was a lot of looking down the nose, and everybody did it. Wealthy, and we do it now too. But I think the fundamental point of Jesus was saying, look, you're not bound by your sins. Seek forgiveness, and forgiveness will be yours. Forgive others, because that wasn't what was happening back then. Forgive others. And I pray for those I trespass against and those that trespass against us. So there had to be a big break when God brought Jesus into the scene, and that had to allow society to become modern and no longer bound by its past. Is my off the top view of Jesus in answering your question. Oh, JW, please, please, please. The Horus and Horus and Isis is very true. I'm not saying it's not true. There's similarities there in the same way that Buddha and Yeshua have their similarities. I'm not saying it's not true. It's very true. And they carved it into buildings because it happened, and they carved what they saw. And it takes great expense and great effort to do what was carved. That represents all the gods of Egypt. And remember that God of Moses and the God of the Israelis were doing battle with the gods of pharaohs. So it wasn't one God saying, hey, I'm the God of all of this, and you let those people go. That was saying, we do combat with the gods of the pharaohs. So that's Exodus. So the Horus and Isis thing is very real. It's just that there's uncanny similarities between the way Jesus is, and it's just a representation, okay? And this is the representation of Jesus and Mary is very similar to Horus and Isis. But that's not the way they looked 2,000 years ago. The way the Catholic Church represents the Madonna. The Madonna is when Mary is holding Jesus. That's the Madonna. And in the Basque tradition, it's the Begonia. So whenever the Virgin Mary is holding the baby Jesus, in whatever tradition it is, it's the Begonia. So that unity together has a symbolism in the Christian tradition that often pulls from other traditions, because the story of Christianity and the story of Jesus is no longer a Jewish story. It is now a story represented by the art and beliefs and theologies of other areas. Does that make sense? So the Jesus story, which is a Jewish story, is no longer a Jewish story. It is now a European story if you're Roman Catholic. It is a Greek story if you're Greek Orthodox. If you're in the deep south of Louisiana, Jesus is a good old boy that goes hunting with you. He doesn't do chew tobacco, but he don't mind a little bit of that wine, you know. So Jesus is something and someone that adapts himself to every culture, and everybody knows Jesus, but they just don't know the Jewish Jesus. Yes, Kunwar, yes. Anybody that has a clear sky tonight, which I don't have a clear sky. I'm so mad. And I don't think I'm going to have a clear sky tonight. But yes, if you have a clear sky tonight, you will see Swan and Atlas. You will see Swan and Atlas. Swan will be, I'm not going to tell you which one's left and which one's right. I want you to find out on your own. But if you look to the left and right of Venus, you will see two greenish glowy bits, and that's Swan and Atlas. So look up at the sky tonight. Who's in nighttime? Who can see Venus? Yes, they are both in the Perseus constellation. Hey, Kunwar, you got cloud cover too? Curses! Curses. All right, anybody who is in nighttime, because I've got people from all over the world here. Anybody who's in nighttime, Northern Hemisphere, can you see Venus? Abdul, hey, the sound from in India was a comet. There's video of it. Shu posted it earlier in the thread, and if Shu, if you're in the thread, if you can post that video from Reddit, that would be great. Reddit, a Reddit user was able to post it. Ooh, my clouds might be clear. Yeah, it might be clearing up a little bit. All right. Let's see. It came from a comet, and we just had a fine Indian in the room educating us on because India has a much older astrology, astrotheology tradition than anybody else in the world. That's been consistent. So they will get their own signs in their sky, and this is one of the signs for them. A big loud light, a big loud boom, and shaking ground. And so this was a comet that exploded over the surface of India, not but over the sky of India. So it was a loud boom. Everybody felt the boom, and the earth quaked. The surface land quaked because of the giant energy release. Hello, Charles. How long do you think the pulse will last and for devices to be unpacked in the cages? Hearing mixed durations. The word pulse tells you the duration. The word pulse tells you the exact amount of time that this is going to be. It is literally a doop. So the energy, the radio energy around the Earth is going to be da da da, and suddenly there's going to be a boop, and it's going to go back to normal. So it's going to be an instantaneous thing, and it's going to be momentary, and it's just a pulse, electromagnetic pulse, not electric ray or electric explosion or a coming out. No, it is a radio wave. It is magnetized. It is a pulse. It is an electric magnetized pulse. And what that does is that magnetism pushes the alignment of the integrated circuit chips, because integrated circuit chips they hold magnetic alignments. They're basically like small plastic reel-to-reel tape or cassette tape. So they have magnetized properties, and so if they're not active, the EMP probably won't affect it too much. But if they're active and they have everything pointing in the directions that they're supposed to be pointing to, then that gets ruined, and that can't be restored. All right? I hope that helps. We won't feel it, we won't even notice it. What we will see is a bright light. What we will do is hear a loud noise, and what we will notice is that a lot of electrical things are not going to be working as they were before. Not all of them, just some of them. No, no one knows JW. Yeah, I know. I absolutely know, because this is manifesting itself in a physical event. So these two comets are coming together, and there's just going to be one event from them. There's from a Birkeland current being separated. It's not like I don't know. It's just one massive event. So there's only going to be one event in one EMP. JW. And it's not symbology. Jesus and Buddha were real people, but they just their missions were very very alike. So yeah. Oh, epic! You're back in the house. Hi, Christina, Kamala. What do we need to do? Uh, when you see a bright light and a loud noise, um, make sure to put your iPad and iPhone in the microwave and unplug it, and leave it there for a couple of hours. And if you notice everything that loses power, you've noticed that the EMP has happened. So that's what you have to do. Just, if nothing loses power after a couple of hours, nothing happened. Um, and this is around the 22nd and 23rd. Also, if you can, stock up on a couple of weeks of food and water, dry goods. Assume that you won't have your refrigerator for a couple of weeks to up to a month. So get as much dry goods and canned goods in your pantry, and water too. And that's it. Also, take out some cash from the ATM. I would take out as much cash as you feel comfortable having around your house. And then if nothing happens, you redeposit it, and your pantry is going to have some extra supplies in it. So, I'm not asking you to sell all your worldly goods and to make any great sacrifices and to start drawing pentagrams on your chest. A couple of weeks of supplies, food and water, just to be safe. Extra cash, because it's not that the money in the bank is going to go away, is that ATMs won't be available for a couple of weeks to probably a month, depending on how well the power grid is protected. Because what is in the bank is backed up, and backups are taken to a safe, and a safe is a perfect EMP, and usually these safes are underground, so all the financial transactions won't be wiped out. Don't think your debt will be wiped out. It's just that you won't have access to cash for a short while. Bye, Kelly. I hope that Christina, I hope that answers the question. Have fun doing arts and crafts, Kelly. Oh, you've been busy, Epic. Taking a minute to read all the comments. Partha, you are right. Yes, 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 yes. Greek mythology and Indian mythology, and you guys have to understand the distance between India and the Greek Empire and the Roman Empire. For the first half of the Roman Empire, there were rumblings of the continent of India, and they had the Silk Road during the Roman Empire. But the Romans really didn't know about the Chinese because it was sold and resold and resold and resold. It wasn't like a Chinaman made it all the way to Rome. So Romans never really saw a Chinese person until really late in the Roman Empire. And the Romans really never saw Indians from India, from the Indian continent, until late in the Roman Empire, because the only way you could really get there is by sea, and it's almost suicidal to try to get there by sea because the winds are so unpredictable. But there were certain captains that knew the winds from India, which are very, very peculiar and particular, especially because you have the monsoons. So the Greeks did not know about the Indians, and the Indians certainly did not know about the Greeks. But their mythologies are so alike that it is stunning. Mythology is the word myth. Don't associate it with the word lie. Associate it with scribe, the way things were written, and as best as men could understand them, and make them holy so that they could be eligible for future generations, and ultimately for the generations that would be at the end times, so that they could know what to expect. Richard, you're not going to be able to see the Yeah, does anybody have a clear sky for the chat? Do, 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 do. I hope I gave you some good action steps, Christina. Oh wow, Partha, you're something else. Perseus is in your horoscope. And look, uh, India is a very strong practitioner of horoscopes and understanding the impact on the human soul and of your being and how you interact with space and time. They are far more advanced than anybody in any other culture except the Chinese culture in their practicing of horoscopes. So the East, I'm going to say believe it or not, but the East is a strong practitioner of astrology and astronomy, far stronger and more accurate than the West. Oof. Let's see. Victor, will an aluminum helmet help in this situation? No. No, EMPs do not affect us. As I've made the point many, many times, an MRI has a far stronger electrical magnetic pulse field than this event will have. So this event, that the EMP will be diminished as it travels through space because it'll be expanding. So it'll be a very strong event at its core, but as it expands, as a balloon expands, how do I do this? Let me push my chair this way. So as it expands out, it loses potency. And so by the time it reaches the Earth, it's going to have to go um, through the atmosphere, and then as it goes through the planet, it'll diminish in potency, but it will still have its desired effect. But no, aluminum helmet is not going to work. Well, absolute. You're an electrician, so 70% of us don't know where our main breaker is, and it scares us to even look at it. But yeah. Again, Norse mythology, Roman mythology, all of those are very similar. The one that's not similar is the Jewish theology, because he didn't have the pantheon of God. That there was that one God. All of the most Western and Indian and Asian uh, had pantheon of gods. It was just late in the whole story of humanity, per se, 2,000 years ago. 3,500 years ago, when the gods were still present on the earth, this one god had to mess with the pantheon of gods there, and that's the one group that had the monotheistic culture. Everybody else had a polytheistic culture. Why? Because there was a bunch of gods running around the earth. If you're going to use aluminum foil, make sure you have cardboard box as an insulator, not just aluminum foil itself. You have to have another insulator between the aluminum foil and and uh, and the event. So if you just have aluminum foil wrapped around your cell phone, could help, but it's better to have an insulating surface so that the EMP doesn't jump. Yes, JW, a worldwide timeout. That's exactly what it is, and that's what the Hopi tradition says. All right. I've gone an hour and 10 minutes and not a break. All right. Um, so I am going to take a break here, and Epic is online, so he will be running the chat room for a while, and so far so good with our stream. I'm very happy. 66 66 viewers in the room in the stream. Welcome everybody to the Breadcrumbs Project. This is investigatory channel. I apply engineering and just a diverse background in studies and in experiences to come to the conclusions that I've come to, and especially right now, which is a very important event that's going on, Comet Atlas and Comet Swan interchanging and not interchanging, intersecting over each other. So hey Jeremy, hey Dawn, just basically going over the same stuff that we've been talking about over and over. And we have many new people that keep coming in, wondering what's going on, what the EMP is about, how to protect ourselves. So, and Epic has kicked one troll out. Man, that was beautiful. I was kind of streaming along, muted, no longer visible to the channel. That was great, Epic. All right, and Amber, hello, and Jackie, hello. So I am going to take a break here, and Epic, you have the floor. So let me cue something kind of nice in the background, and let's see, I'm going to run a little bit of music in the background. Let me know if you guys like the music or not. Let's see, is it that or this? All right, be back in 10 minutes. Mushia, Spain. We are the Breadcrumbs Project, and well, here we are with what's going on now. Welcome back. Good to have you. And like I said, I am coming to you from Mushia, Spain, or as Americans like to call it, or most English speakers, Muxia. And just catching up on the conversation. Has anyone viewed the comment for themselves? Yes. Valier, yes, I have seen both Comet Atlas and Comet Swan last night. As a matter of fact, I was looking at them both. I had a beautiful clear night, and they're equal distance apart from Venus, and they're bright, shiny, greeny thingies. They're beautiful, actually. They look like dancing emeralds. And Valle 2007 to the point, my co-host of this effort online, Epic Forever. His name's Andrew. Thank you again, Andrew, for all that you've done for this channel, for your donations and managing a very well organized and active, if not sometimes uproarious, chat. So thank you, Andrew, and everybody, please say thank you to Andrew. Thank you, Epic. You're the bomb. You are Epic. Epic and I, we don't know each other. We've never met. He's only been he joined the channel a month and a half ago, and he and I keep independently observing Atlas. And for the first time last night, I just haven't been paying attention to Atlas because we were focused on the sun anomalies, which are very real. And so yesterday was the first time that I picked up on the Comet and Atlas trail. And last night I looked up and I was like, dadgum, if that's not Swan already, right there. So Swan and Atlas are visible in the nighttime sky. Whenever you see Venus, who is super bright right now, you can't miss her. Right above them, Atlas and Swan. Yeah, mainstream doesn't know what in the hell is going on. Yeah, Jose and the astronomy channels, they're making it's making it up. They're totally making it up, man. Atlas never went anywhere. I just don't know why the disintegration story. That is epic. Does that ever bother you? Does that ever bother you? I'm going to go back to the current comments or anything. So, well, thank you so much, Andrew. The team appreciates it, and I appreciate it especially, and honestly and dearly. And since we're talking about Andrew and wine, here is the bottle of wine that Epic bought me today. It's Marquise de Riscal. It's not wine 30 just yet, or wine o'clock. Wine o'clock is going to be 15 minutes from now. Wine talk starts in 15 minutes, people. 15 minutes. Take a look at this. The gold thread that this bottle is encased in. So Marquise de Riscal is a very, 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 very good bottle of wine. And this gold thread that is tied like that is tied for a reason. And in 15 minutes, I will explain to you why this wine is in a gold thread. And if you ever see a wine in gold thread, you buy it. Thank you, Andrew. Thank you. And there's a very good story behind that bottle of wine and that label. And you're going to like it. Oh, it's a good one, baby. That's the good stuff right there. That's what brings smiles to people's faces. That wine right there is a baby maker. Oh, picking on my cat bowl. What's wrong with this? So yeah, that's what Andrew does. He picks on me because he says I drink my wine from a cat bowl. This this is the height of sophistication, Andrew. This is the next level of sophistication, my man. This is black tie affair. Throw that crystal out the window. Glass is glass. This is the way Romans drank their wine. The finest winemakers in the world, the Romans. Actually, Catholic monks are the best winemakers in the world. They really are. Catholic monks make the best wine, and Catholic monks also. And if and there was a Holy Grail, but it's strictly a Catholic Christian lore. The cup made no difference to Yeshua or to his apostles. We just anything Jesus, we're like, oh, he touched a cup. Well, that cup must be real. Let's go find it. And that's the human way. I applaud it. No problem there. But this is what Jesus would have drank from. This is a Roman cup. What is it? It's clay, okay, with a glaze, and the glaze makes it waterproof. And glaze was a big thing. Waterproofing something was huge in antiquity. Huge. That made international travel possible. There it is, a cat bowl. Cat bowl. My cat wishes they could drink from such finery. All right. Someone's making the jokes. Epic's our jokes maker. If you're looking for the jokes production team on the Breadcrumbs project, that's where the jokes come from. That's the funny man right there. That's the ha ha guy. And using the in Epic, you've made this point, and several of y'all have made this point. Entertainment, movies, is a way to educate the masses, but it's also a way to control the masses, and it helps prepare the masses, and sometimes for what's coming. But so many people are like, well, why doesn't the government just tell us the truth? We should know the truth. We should all know the truth. Man, in the best words of a great movie that the directors and producer just took it the wrong way and should take it the right way, was when Jack Nicholson said, "You're not ready for the truth. You can't handle the truth." That's why we send people to war. We don't send regular civilians to war. Regular civilians can't handle what it takes to create and defend a country. Specially trained people do. And regular civilians, your mom and dad, your aunt and uncle, your cousins, your brothers and sisters, they're not ready for aliens and alien talk and all that kind of stuff. That would just mess them up. So it's on a need-to-know basis. And so the Pentagon, who's very famous for a need-to-know basis, they embody the quote, "You can't handle the truth." Well, when it's time for truth to come out, they have to start massaging the troops and getting them slowly ready. And that's what, and I've been in the Army. I don't know how many veterans are in the thread, but could have been a jester in another life. Epic, you're a jester in this life. You're a jester in this thread. I can't believe you made me say ICUP. Oh, that one's going to leave a mark. A therapist is going to be hearing about that for a couple of years. We think because it's our thing that we can handle it. Golly, I think most of us are adults here and have done the horizontal dance in bed with equal to or opposite sex, and even though a lot of us are old enough to have been doing some parking in cars when we were in our utes and doing our first exploratory meanderings into the way of making babies, which is fundamentally, basically, biology, a very simple process. But putting the human condition on the baby making process makes it about as complex as, two cats trying to get together. Cats can do it quickly because there's a greater need, but it's the same complexities. They're and oddly enough, the rougher the better for them too, right? I don't know. But all that being said is, you just don't jump on your date and go to town. You have to condition your date for what's to come. One person has great intentions, and the other person knows that that other person has great intentions. One person has a whole beautiful plan on how they're going to suave rico their way into amore. And I mean, they've been working on it. They've been talking to their friends and buddies, and and flowers and music, and depending on your generation, it could be or whatever it might be to get there. Whatever that you're the object of what you're trying to seduce likes is how you're going to play that game. But what we fail to notice often is that the object of your seduction knows that they are the object of your seduction, and it really is up to them whether they're going to allow your seduction to go along. And you may have actually good game to allow that to happen, but most of it is just allowing you to do what you really would like to do. So you're not really as Rico Suave 99.9% of the time that you are. It's just that you have a partner that's letting you think that you know what you're doing. But the true fact is you're not ready for the truth. If that lover of yours actually was cold and really being honest with you, you'd feel like a fool. You'd stop. You wouldn't do any more of what you're doing. You're like, oh my God, oh, so sorry. I thought you were, no, I'm just letting you do it. All this touching right here, I mean, that's not doing it for me, do it the right way. But no, they can't do that to their date because they know to scare them off. So your date is not ready for the truth, so you just have to let them go through their emotions until ultimately somehow you get what you both want. Now, ultimately, the object of your seduction really wants a relationship. And usually at the beginning of our youths, they really want a long-term marriage relationship. And when you are loving by the dashboard lights, you're not thinking of 3 children, a yard, and a home. You're just thinking of the score you just made. You're not thinking of the long-term gain. That thing that you're hugging and loving and squeezing, that's all they're thinking, baby, is that long-term game. See? So all of us that say, why don't they just tell us about the aliens? I mean, you think you're ready for it. You think you're like, I've been reading the books, read the magazines, I've seen the pictures. No. That moment is going to be for everybody, me included. I'm not ready for that. I hope nothing happens. I'm on the side of not wanting anything to happen. I love my life as it is right now. Evil and all. I've got it all kind of worked out, so I'm good with it. I just happen to see things that all of y'all are happen to be seeing, and 30% of y'all, individually in different ways, have made confirmations of the hard science that we've been talking about. Yeah, John Deere. How about that? And that moon, that crescent moon, is that a crescent moon or is that a dark planet in front of a brilliant white planet? That I think is a very Very fair question. Um, yeah, that crescent moon, it's not a crescent moon because there's crescent moons, and many of them have seen crescent moons. Um, but then there's the Muslim, and it's not really Muslim, by the way. This goes back to Christ because it really is more of an um, Ottoman moon. So it is interesting. It is absolutely interesting. Um, so I don't I have some thoughts on that crescent moon. Again, it's not an Islamic symbol. It was picked up because the Ottoman Empire was just so vast and rich that its symbol was adopted because it was a powerful caliphate. Make no bones about it. And I'm looking for an image right now on my system that I can bring in, and let's see. So this is a symbol that the uh, the Muslims adopted. And sorry to be stalling, but I just want to make sure I label this correctly. I had to fire my producer yesterday. Very ugly situation, as well as my voice guy, and so I have to do all the work by myself, and so you know, good help's hard to find. Uh, so this right here is the Islamic crescent, which has been adopted by Islam after it was being used by the Ottoman Empire, and the Ottoman Empire used this because the Ottoman Empire was very, very astrologically oriented. Astrology was very strong because the Ottoman Empire incorporated Istanbul, which is Constantinople, and they renamed it Istanbul when the Islamic Empire took over the Christians and finally conquered them. But Constantinople had a long also astrological tradition. So these blended in Istanbul, and then this comes out. This is clearly a powerful star, and to me, it looks like a planet in front of another planet. It also looks like somehow how we often see Venus, and especially in these days, we have some incredible pictures of Venus. So this to me is either Venus or Venus with a planet in front of it, and the star represents a comet. Why we don't see two comets here is interesting to me. So, yes, that planet crescent is a very, very interesting um, representation. So, questions, thoughts? Da, 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 da. All right. That's right, Ramadan. That this event. Ooh, what's that? New toy. That. Where did you come from, Square? Do. Right? How about we just do this? Where did that square come from? All right, guys. Sorry. Let's see. Frame. All right. Gotcha. All right. Sorry about that. It's kind of cute, though. Yeah, and Jupiter is getting super bright, too, during this alignment. But, I mean, how bright has Venus been? And how bright is the sun? I mean, it is unbearable to even look at. And we've had many of our commenters early in this effort be sun gazers, people that would just gaze at the sun, sunglasses or what have you. But now, I mean, you just get so strong and bright you can't even gaze at it. I mean, you can't even glance at it anymore. Oh, let's see. Yep, it is 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock, people. All right. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Yeah, da, da, don't fall off the table. Da, 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 da. All right. So, these are 3 wines, and they're all wonderful in their very own way. This is they're all Riojas. They all have the Rioja label, but this is a cosecha. Cosecha means that it was pulled from the vineyard, processed a little bit, maybe stored a little bit, but pretty much goes from the vineyard to the bottle. So this is what we call young, a young bottle, young bottle basically, and a young grape. So it won't age. It's not been processed to age. It won't keep. This is good for a year, 2, maybe 3 at the most. This is Señor de Mendizabal. Mendizabal is a great Basque name, and it's a cosecha. And even though it's in an inexpensive bottle, every Rioja has a number. So this bottle is unique and identifiable in any of the way that they can identify it in a database. This is the next level. This is Arriaberta and Arnalta. And it is a Rioja, and this is the Crianza. So the Crianza, this is the Rioja label, the hologram, Crianza. Crianza just means that, doesn't just mean, this by law has to be in oak for at least 3 months. All right, this has to be in oak and stored in the bodega for at least 3 months. And the aging process after that, and what they do with the bottle after that, is up to is part of the magic of each bodega and of each vineyard, of each vineyard. But the establishment of what is the next level of wine is done through this manner. And crianza means basically it's a child, a teenager. Then there is this beauty right here, which Epic purchased for me in celebration of all that we've done. And this is a reserva, a reserve. Reserva. You reserve this for good occasions, but it's also designed to be stored It's designed to be reserved. So you keep it in a cool, dry, dark, dry place where cool, dry, and dark, because you don't want to have any mold spores get into the cork and then turn the bottle. You don't want the temperature to get too warm to advance the aging process to vinegar, because this can become vinegar. And also you just want it dry so that it keeps the cork nice and dry and the seal here. So this is Marquise de Riscal. This was one of the king's favorites, and this has been a long line of marquise. I think this is the 18th Marquis de Riscal right now. And it's still, I mean, we are in Spain. We went through civil war. We had a monarchy. Then we became a republic, and then now we are a monarchy with a democratic monarchy, much like Great Britain. So we still have the Marquis and the Marquis de Riscal, and he still certifies the quality of this bottle. And it has very important markings of royalty and significance in Spain. So this is a very famous Marquis, Marquez, or Marquis in English. And so, but he's also Basque. So he's important to the Basques. So he is one of the most famous Basque nobilities, Spanish nobilities, still in lineage. And so he was always one of quality. He was a knight. He was someone special. So when he started making a wine and his family started making a wine, it was the best. And when they first were in production, what would happen is the people that were distributing the wine, they would uncork the wine. They would consume the wine themselves, the Marquise fine wine, and then deliver shit wine to the end consumer, to the bar, to the restaurant that was ordering. There could be one or two bottles bad, or somewhere along the way a thief could steal the wine. So what they did, the Marquez, is invented this gold wire thread that would cap out, and look how the design goes, and it tightens up and it tightens up, and is done so that you cannot remove this from the cap adequately and not know that it's been tampered with. So this was always a form and sign of security. They don't do it anymore, but it used to be waxed at the end here, and that was part of the reason for the conical shape here, was so that the wax seal would stay. Now it's not good, but this had a wax seal, and it has the Marquise seal nonetheless. So it had a royal seal, which meant that there would be a royal warrant for you if you happen to steal this product. And so this is a security device. So whenever you see the gold threading, you know that it is a very quality and very ancient wine. There are several French wines that do this, and there are several Italian wines that do this. And that is a security measure. Really, it's not in need for anymore. Now it's just a matter of pride that we were once more valuable than gold thread. That's right. The wine inside of the bottle was more valuable than gold thread. Let that sink in. Thank you very much, Andrew. I hope the Breadcrumbs Project is always about learning, and I'm always learning myself, but I'm always enjoying teaching. So, fix my mic, get my wine bottle. Now here's what happens. Watch. I mean, you saw me kind of move it, but once it goes over the edge, to try to bring it back into alignment is virtually impossible, and the stretch has already happened in the thread. So you'll know it is dampened and misaligned. But to get it back into place is of great pressure, and usually you do damage to the thread in doing so. So why is this so important to me personally? Is because my grandfather had this wine at the table. And by the way, this wine is very famous worldwide. So you'll find it in most grocery stores in America, and you will find it in most wine stores, fine wine stores as well, because it is very renowned and is very delicious. So my grandfather always had this at the table, at the dining room table, at our house in the Basque town of Ea, and also when he was in New York City, making his way there, and then also when he lived in the town of Bilbao during the harsh winters, they would live in Bilbao. But this was always on the dining room table, center table, and never ever drunk. He never drank it. People he invited over never drank it, and I just don't know how. I never really figured out. We never really figured out what happened to the bottles. Did he rotate them? You know what? But there was always one of these in the center table, and it was never drank because it was just that special. Brother, this is butter in a bottle. Whatever you like about life, it's in here, in a Marqués de Riscal, or Marqués de Riscal. And the family history is fantastic. All of them, all of the Marqués, all of the men who have taken on the name, because there's been conflict and happenstance and family dramas that go on. It's not always gone to the oldest, and that's something that's very interesting about the Spanish way of passing on your estate. It doesn't have to be the oldest, and sometimes it doesn't even have to be a male. So if you see I'm struggling here, it's because the cap is so well done that you can't tamper with it. It is a very fine grade of aluminum. It's not a cheap aluminum, and so if this is tampered with, you're given away. So the pride in the bottle is in the security. Oh, there is dream at the end of that cork. There's happiness and joy. And we just love wine in Spain. And I never really liked wine. I was never much of a wine drinker until I turned 48. I'm 54 now, and in my mid 40s is when I was like, this tastes pretty good. This is all right. And I used to be a big beer drinker, and now I just can't touch beer anymore. Never, just doesn't even, nothing. Even free beer. I never thought I'd say those words. All right, corked. Oh my Lord. What a nose. So this is a 2015, 5 years old. It's a little young for this. I couldn't find anything older on the shelf, but usually you buy this and you store it for a while. So usually you'll want to let it age 10 years before it is really ready. So like my aunt has a room full of these, and so she circulates hers every 10 years. Hers are 10 years old, so she knows the rate that she consumes these, and so her bodega reflects it. So she's always putting in the young ones and circulating out the older ones. That's the way you do it. Where's my cat bowl? Come on, cat, give me that. All right. The best thing to do with a wine like this is to let it breathe for at least 30 minutes. What happens with breathing is alcohol is bled off, and with that, a lot of the harshness of flavor is bled off, and what remains is the full deliciousness of the aged grape. But I'm not going to let that happen here. We're going to drink this right now to give a good taste and to say thank you to all of y'all for being part of this project, and to Andrew especially. And thank you so much for this. And let me tell my grandfather's story. My grandfather was a great man, honestly. Made his millions in New York through restaurant business and owning several apartment buildings. He came to New York City with $40 in his pocket from Spain to Cuba, to New York City. Made a fortune in America, and was always grateful to America for that fortune, and always paid his taxes in America and Spain, and was a proud American, a proud Basque man as well. So thank you, Andrew. Cheers, and to my grandfather and to my family. Good Lord, that's smooth. Oh my goodness, that's good. In about 20 more minutes, it's going to be even better because it has some strong tannins that have been used in aging, natural tannins, and so that has to air off as well. So some of the magic that it takes to keep this bottle aged is part of what needs to breathe off, and does so over 20-30 minutes. So any wine that you open, unless it's a young wine, like this Tempranillo, this doesn't have any preservatives in it, the natural or unnatural. Even though it says it does, it doesn't. It's just a young wine. It's not going to preserve. It's not going to age. It's a cosecha. Cosechas are not made to age. Good and expensive wine. Drink it within the month that you buy it. Reserva. Buy them, store them for at least 5 years from when you buy them. When you open them, let them breathe, and they'll be fantastic. But this is fantastic. Thank you so much, Andrew, and everybody. Hey, Jose, what do I study? You can call me Breadcrumbs. I study anything that strikes my fancy, and I especially study that things that are mysteries and that don't make sense. My hair is a mess, and I've got COVID hair. I haven't been to my hairdresser in 2 months, so forgive my hairs. Um, I'm a network engineer. I'm a computer network engineer by trade. I was also in politics as a staff person in America for 12 years. Local politics, like in a city. I helped manage local campaigns. I ran some parish-wide campaigns. Then I went and worked in Washington, D.C. for a year because the skills were recognized that I had in politics. Hated Washington, D.C., and had a very successful political staffer career in Louisiana, which has some of the wildest politics in the United States of America. That's got some colorful politics, and there's movies made about Louisiana politics. But after that, I went into technology, and I didn't get my technology skills as a network engineer by going to school, but I learned everything hands-on, and I do that with all of what I study, which is archaeology, many religions. I have been able to go through my own religious journey, and you have to break through several concepts to do that. So my education is breaking through concepts and understanding patterns, and then recognizing when something is out of pattern, and everything in my being as an engineer makes me want to put it back into pattern again. And that's where the breadcrumb projects happen. I find something that's not right, and then I start following the breadcrumbs trail. I'm not a big fan I'm a big space fan, but I'm not a huge fan of comets. None of this would have piqued my interest if the government wasn't behaving oddly. So thank you again, Andrew. So the U.S. government has been behaving very oddly over Comet Atlas and Comet Swan, very oddly. So many of my friends and colleagues who are in the political arena and who have actually been here, we've had several commenters who worked in government and especially D.C. said, yeah, I mean, this is a moneymaker for NASA. This is bread and butter for JPL. This is events like these is where they just dominate the airwaves. They have PR teams that mobilize like infantry when there's this great space event so that they can monetize it. They want to make money off of that event. So let's see. Yeah, I feel like I'm being watched, oddly enough. I do have a feeling that I'm being watched. Um, thank you, thank you, thank you. Who's wasted me? Not yet, but I'm working on it. And in Spain, we don't get wasted. We don't visually represent ourselves drunk. We drink a lot of wine, but the wine that we drink we do it in measured tones, and once we start feel it hitting us and getting the woozies, we go home. We don't get drunk in public. If you just see a paused headshot, then close your stream and restart it. Or let me see. Yeah, no, I haven't lost. I don't have any errors on my side. So just close your YouTube and then pick window and restart it. Yeah, cheers. Cheers everyone. Cheers, cheers, cheers to you. This is really, 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 really good. Find a Reserva wine tomorrow or tonight when you go shopping. Look for a Spanish Reserva wine, and you're only going to get a Rioja, and you'll recognize the label. And you're only going to pay 11 to 15 bucks for this. I pay more here in Spain. I roughly pay 20 euros for this. I pay more here in Spain because this is an expensive wine here in Spain, and people this wine flies. And this is a 2015, so it hasn't it just got to the shelf. So it's expensive here, and at Trader Joe's. At Trader Joe's, you're going to pay 11 bucks, depending on where your Trader Joe's is. So if you had a Trader Joe's, they're a big fan of this wine. Let's see. Yeah. Trader Joe's did not sponsor this. Michelle, I like what the Q says about the sun, that it's a living being. So it could be a Stargate, but it also could be a living entity. Why do I say that? Because like you made the point yesterday that the plasma pattern of space is the same pattern as a neuroplasma. Are there any questions that I missed? When EMP, let's talk about the universe and not alcohol. Okay, sorry about that. That was our side diversion, and we won't talk about alcohol anymore. Constant. Jay Constant. The EMP is going to be a weak event. It is not anything that's going to affect humans or plant life or animal life. And it's exactly what it says. It's an electromagnetic pulse, EMP. And it'll be instantaneously, and it's a radio wave, a magnetic wave. Z, will it be Big Bang or no stars are alive living? No. The stars, the universe, God loves the stars, God loves the universe, God loves us. There's going to be no destruction. No destruction. People are going to be freaked out, especially people that don't have a faith, they're going to be really freaked out, and that's what you have to worry about and explain to them if this starts happening, and we're going to really see manifestations starting tomorrow and the 22nd, and ultimately something happening the 23rd when they actually do come together, or nothing at all. So this is precautionary, a precautionary tale, and these are observations that I made. 90% of what I've produced is good enough as it is. This EMP event that is interesting, but we've also had a shift in the sun, which means our planet has shifted, which means there's something big and celestial happening. And no, it's not going to be anything of destruction. Yeah, Dawn, I'm with you. I think the EMP is 23rd too. Could, CJ, you could. Oh no, Constant, it's your channel. It's you're my guest. So your wish is my command. Nothing, no, nothing but love from me. I'm obnoxious. I get on my own nerves, and I get long-winded with friends, and I look at their eyes glaze over, and I'm like, oh God, this is me talking about what I love. Let's talk about you. Let's talk about what you love. What are you interested in? And that is what I'm doing here. So thank you for putting me back online. Yeah, it just makes sense that way. I'm certain about ZZZZZZ, how it will sound, why there will be a loud trumpet sound. Michelle, did you make the point yesterday that it would sound like a chauffeur? A shofar? Because that is, that's a Doppler effect. So if you're standing still, like our planet is standing still, and somebody comes blowing their horn, that horn blowing doesn't change pitch as it passes you. It's just the different sounds travel at different speeds. And it's called the Doppler effect, and that's Doppler radar. That's why you can see rain, because something is moving that's thicker than something else. So it gives you a frequency to judge by. And so you're going to have a loud pow that's going to happen roughly 75 million miles away from our planet, the 23rd. And so as it is traveling that 75,000 million miles, that 75 million miles in a circular direction, it's doing it like a bubble. Like you blow when you put air in a bubble, it doesn't go in one direction where you push. It just it's an expansion. It's in a vacuum, but it's not a perfect vacuum, so there will be material to slow it down. But the first thing that happens is light, because light travels faster than sound, and then the sound will have the Doppler effect. So the light will have the Doppler effect also. We call it the redshift. So the red light's going to make it hear faster than any other color, and that's why the Jewish and the Hopi and an Indian tradition talks about the red sky, the red light, the red dawn. Then will be the loud sound, the sound like the shofar of the Jewish people, the horn. So it'll sound like a horn. Gabriel's horn is what's often alluded to, and that's just because it's a loud sound. You have the high frequencies make it first, the low ones make it later, and then you have some higher ones that trail off that end up catching up. So that's why you have the sound, and then you have the electromagnetic pulse. So it's electrical in nature, but a magnetic in rendering, and it's just a pulse. It's the briefest thing, because it's like a concussion from a bomb. So when you feel a concussion from a bomb, once it passes you, all the air behind it is back to normal, if not weaker. Yes, ZZZ. If you pay attention to Hopi and Muslim tradition, and even read closely to Jewish tradition, it is said that once that EMP happens, that also is going to affect our DNA, and that's going to wash the evil out of us. I buy into it. If this person has a this person can move a planet, then this person certainly has the technology and the ability to do something like that. The real trumpet sound. Yep. Yeah, the Bible has all kind of trumpet sound about the end times, not the end of the world, just the end times. End of one time means the beginning of another time. The end of lunchtime means you look forward to dinner time. It doesn't mean that once lunchtime is over, the end of the world is over. It just means lunchtime is over. The end of that time, end of times. Yes, yes, yes. I agree with everybody. Yep. Could be. Good point, JW. Yes, yes, yes. Know thy books, people. Know thy books. And it's not even know thy books anymore. If this is, if if we are in the 72-hour window of this occurring, it's just know thy faith, keep thy faith. If there's any doubt, don't turn to any other faith but the one that you know best. Even if you disagree with it for whatever reason, turn to that faith and keep that faith. Yep. Good point, Dance Rebecca Dance. Simpsons. Well, prophecy is prophecy. When you're prophesizing, often you don't even know it. And gold, we had a gentleman from India a little while ago talking about Indian astrotheology, which is that the faith that they have and practice in India, a lot of it has to do with astrology. Same with the Greeks, same with the Romans, same with the Catholics. The Jewish are very much about astrology. They don't write a lot of it down because it's of the heavens, but they align all of their celebrations astrologically. And a lot of times telephone happens with religions where things get carried away. So we've discovered through archaeology in Israel and in other places that there were astrological signs in synagogues. So now it's forbidden because it's of the heavens. So you don't have representations of the zodiac in any representation of any temples, except the ones that are really, really old, over 1,000 to 2,000 years old, will have representations of the zodiac because the zodiac was important to the Jewish people too. Yeah, spirituality is everything right now. Spirituality is where we should be focusing everything. It's not really on the written word right now anymore. If we are within 72 hours of an event, we have many indications that we are. but it's no longer something to read about. Now you have to just trust your faith. Victor, I don't know if it's a cyclical pole shift or not. History has it that Nibiru returns every 3,600 years. So the pole shift every 3,600 years may be closer to the truth, and it may, in fact, be that Nibiru being in orbit around the Earth affects our gravity um, and our alignment, our magnetic alignment. Because right now we're 6 degrees off north. If you have a surface where you can put your smartphone where you knew where north was, right now it's 6 degrees off. I have three megalithic stone monuments that all had perfect magnetic north alignment up until recently. I'm talking within months, because I've always showed friends, look at these three different things. Look. They all have a perfect north-south alignment, northern alignment. How could people in the Stone Age know how to make something line perfectly north, magnetic north at that? And today they're 6 degrees off. So the magnetic pole shift has happened, and it's not a flip, it's just a movement. So I think the pole shift that's reflected in the archaeological record is that of a movement and not of a flip. Hope that makes sense. No, epic apocalypse is a place in Israel. Apocalypta is a place in Israel. It is not a definitional word, it's an actual location. All right, then Michelle, get your smartphone. Make sure you've downloaded an app that has a compass, and then put it on the flat surface of the wall and see if it still has a perfect northern alignment. Well, yeah, there was a fallen angel. There was a war. The angels went to war on this planet. We have nuclear proof of nuclear war 36,000 years ago. And it's in India. And we've had two separate Indian commentators that give us the location that has the bodies and the indications and the radiation fallout of a nuclear war that occurred 36,000 years ago. So yeah, I mean, they're not fallen angels, a devil. No, the gods just fought. It's what people that know good and evil do. So, Battle of the Titans, the Greek war, the Greek gods fought. God fought the gods of the Egyptians, people. So gods are all about fighting. So to say that there's a fallen angel, that there's a devil, you don't have an appreciation of the Jewish story and how these things rendered, because the Jews do not believe in a devil. They know that there was conflict in the gods, but it has nothing to do with them and their God. It's just part of the story of the gods and their own getting on. And this is all in the Sumerian tales too, in in clay cuneiform tablets that litter the Babylonian plain. Who gets a timeout? Me? Andrew, who gets a timeout? Oh, Dawn, have you been... Troublemakers make trouble. No, no, the gods of Egypt are not fallen. No, no. Yahweh, the God of the Jews, wasn't necessarily mad at the gods of Egypt. They were all groovy. Everybody's good. Except now Yahweh wants to take part of his people that he made a promise to out of Egypt. And the Egyptian Pharaoh was like, you're not taking my middle class and my engineers. No, we can't do that. Well, I'm going to fight your gods. Well, quite frankly, the gods of Egypt did not put up that big of a fight. There was a little bit of magic done, but then the 10 plagues hit, and that was it, And the gods of Egypt didn't give Pharaoh the defense of stopping the 10 plagues. So, it feels, if you're reading it from a historical perspective, that the gods of Egypt, the gods of Pharaoh, really didn't have a bone in that fight. They really didn't want to have that fight. And they probably felt that, okay, Yahweh really loves these people, so let him have his people, Pharaoh. We're not going to do this. We're not going to war with this guy. Give him his people back. They're your slaves. They came in peace. Let them leave in peace. So that is how I see the situation with the gods of Israel, because the gods of Israel were powerful. They built pyramids. They built the Sphinx. So the history of the Egyptian gods is long and mighty. It wasn't people that built those pyramids. It wasn't slaves, and it wasn't Jews that built those pyramids. That was done by very powerful beings. Oh, when you pray, you don't tell God what to do. You're just communicating. You're just actively saying, this is what I'm asking. Like, it's hard for a parent to know what his children want. A simple prayer of thank you. That's a great prayer. Thank you, God. Thank you, God, for this wonderful, amazing life. Thank you for letting me spend time on this beautiful planet. And thank you for the friends that I've made in this channel. So, prayers of gratitude, prayers of thanks, and prayers of need. How is your soul going to know what your need is if you don't scream it out to God and give it value? Petition your Lord, and then that gives you an objective as to what you need to fix in your life. If you've been drinking too much and you got a problem with the bottle, you put it up to the Lord. And not only for the Lord to take it from you, but for you to examine it as well. If you have problems in your marriage, if you have issues, when you're praying, you're thinking about it. And you're also thinking about what you can do to help God in that, delivering that prayer. So what's supposed to happen in the next few days? It's already started. There's a lot of a big electrical event happening around the world right now. They call it a coronal mass ejection. There is no such thing as a coronal mass ejection. What we do have is a very excited electrical state around the planet Earth because we have two big electrical events intersecting over each other. Let's like this. Basically over Venus, and that'll be happening on the 23rd. And these two, right now, I mean, we're seeing a heightened state of electricity in our inner solar system because the two auras, the two electrical fields of these very fast-moving projectiles have already started to influence each other and the electrical fields of the different planets around them. That's why we see Jupiter so bright. That's why we see Venus so bright. Right now, we are in a very intense and excited state for the electrical field that is the ionized field which our sun projects. Pharaohs are not fallen. Sorry, Z. They did great. The Pharaohs did great. The Pharaohs had a wonderful life until the war happened. And I mean, you see all over Egypt, weapons being used that melt rock. So you can see where there was a great war in Egypt, even if not some nuclear weapons being used. So there's nobody fallen, man. There's nobody fallen. That is such tortured and confused language and is misinformation. And it depends on where you are in the world. The only time I could use is really Greenwich Mean Time. So the 23rd, I think it's around 10 a.m. Greenwich Mean Time is when they will be over each other. And when they go over each other, I think they're going to remain connected. It's when they pull apart, which is when I think the big energy event is going to actually happen. Z. All right. And we can agree to disagree, Z. We're good with that. I'm polite with you and you are polite with me, and we can disagree happily. Yeah. RH negative is a very, very, very interesting blood. And we have I'm not going to out y'all, but there's some people that are in this community that are RH negative. I should be because I'm Basque, but my dad was English. And so we got the B positive stuff. Why are the veins blue? It's because how light comes out. So red being the fat, and I'm talking directly to you, Epic. Redshift, the redshift of the light. So we see red light sooner and the darker blue lights later. They may be slower, but they are stronger. So red is a very weak signal, and that is, it's quicker, but it's a weaker signal. And just like bass, think about bass. Your tweeters, tweet, 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 they're great, but they don't carry very far, and they don't have a lot of boom, boom, boom. But your bass signal is a bigger wavelength, a slower wavelength, but it packs a punch. So we see the blue in our veins because that is the light that bounces off from the surface that comes through our skin, which is very thin and very pale, is the blue light. That's why we see blue veins. That's worth a bottle of wine right there, baby. I'm not just a pretty face, Andrew. I know, no, I've got the looks too, and the singing skills, but there's a little more up in that little pine cold head of mine. It's a sophisticated cat bowl. It's an artistic cat bowl. This is not plastic saying meow mix. It doesn't say Morris the cat on here. This says Roman. It does not say cat. How many Time Team episodes have you actually watched, Andrew? This is Roman sophistication. This is not meow. I'm very area. And look, the pinky naturally rises. This is how this is sophistication, people. Thank you, Michelle. Please talk to him. He's been on me about this. Yes, I do purr. Yes, I purr while I'm drinking, and I purr down to the last drop. Why? I don't see your point. Please explain your point, Andrew. You've lost me on that one. Yeah, it is. It is. It's a very interesting. RH negative does a lot of unique things. Not all Basque are RH negative. An RH negative mother will not have an RH negative daughter. It's impossible. Oh, JLT, no. The corona affects RH negative too. We've had family members, Basque family members, who are very much RH negative, and they got hit pretty hard in the Basque region. We got hit. Madrid got hit hard. Catalonia, where Barcelona is, got hit hard, and then the third was the Basque region. So we had no protections. RH negative was no protection. You got the jokes, Jester. You got the jokes. No, you can't do it at home, CJ. You got to go. You got to go to any blood test place. Anybody that does drug tests. So where you go to Pina Cup, they'll do a blood test for you. Very quick and simple to do. Dance biker dance. Yeah. O positive. Which is a very royal bloodline as well, and part of the RH negative is O positive. So yeah, you didn't get any relief. Oh, CJ, don't knock yourself for don't remember your blood type. I didn't remember mine. It came up in a video that I made last month that I said I was Basque, and somebody in the comment thread said, "Do you have RH negative blood?" I'm like, I think I do. I don't know. Beep boop beep boop beep beep beep. Hello, older sister who has children and is way more responsible than your little brother. What type of blood do we have? What's our blood type? B positive? Okay, thanks. Beep. I had no clue. You know, my older sister keeps track of the important details. And give me a second, guys. I'm going to make an adjustment on my sunshade. And just to clarify, again, this is not my channel. This is your channel. You're the ones watching me. It's in my channel. Well, only in the in the sense that I have to um, respect your wants and what you're looking for. So I have something I want to communicate, and I want to do it in a fun and entertaining manner, but it's pretty heavy what I'm trying to communicate as well. So it's very heavy. It's probably the heaviest thing that most folks can imagine. The coming back of the Creator, no less. So, but it's also your channel. You are guests in my house, and Andrew is also a host. So we both have the same desire of talking about what you want to talk about and pulling out anything that helps you that I may know about. So if I go off on a silly tangent, get me back in between the ditches, guys, because I'll go anywhere that you want me to go. And don't agree with me. We don't have to agree. I don't want you to agree with me on. I don't want you to agree with me. If you don't think I'm right, that's great. Z. I don't think we've ever agreed on anything. But we remain in discourse. Hey Joe, I'm sorry I missed that question. Yeah, I mean Nostradamus definitely had a very powerful gift, and it's the Hopi tradition that says the changing of an age. Nostradamus talks about the changing of the age, and even India and anybody that practices astrotheology, it is well understood that we are going into the age of Aquarius, and that's part of the processional calendar. And the age of Aquarius is a golden age. Aquarius, Aquarius. So we're going into. It's not a cat bowl. It's a fine, fine drinking vessel. So there is so many different traditions pointing that the age of Aquarius is a golden age, and many use that same word, golden. Golden. The Hopi, the Jews, the Muslim tradition, the Indian tradition. We were just talking. Is it Pathwar? Pathar? We had a great dialogue, and for a good 40 minutes, we were interacting here in the channel, and he made the wonderful, brave, a brave Indian man, a brave, open-minded Indian man, made the point that many of the ancient Hindu gods and the Indus Valley gods share a lot of similarities with the Greek gods, and those civilizations didn't come together until roughly 2,000 to 2,300 years ago. So their ancient traditions of their gods goes right hand in hand with many of the ancient traditions of the many other gods, and the number 12 being prevalent. Thoughts, Charles? Let me see. What we at? What's somebody asking? Just watched an interesting video of an Oxford University professor who claims NASA changed the color and contrast of the first Martian rovers to red. The sky on Mars actually blue. And interesting claim. Yes, Yes, they are color filters used on the pictures that we see from NASA, and there's also a lot of manipulation. There's a lot of photoshopping of those pictures, obvious bad photoshopping. So the pictures, Daffy phones that we get from the rovers of NASA are heavily filtered, and they are photoshopped. They are hiding something. Hey, artist, I give up. People, you are not your blood. You're not. You're your soul. You are your soul. Your blood type influences you, but you are your soul. You're not your blood. You're not your flesh. You are your spirit. Amen. A reserva, reserve. Reserva. And it says cosecha 2015, and that means that the grapes were pulled in 2015, but it's been in process of becoming a reserve wine for the past 5 years. Because this came out of the bodega and went straight to the shelf. All right. NASA. Okay. Yeah, absolutely. One was innocent. The sky. Joe Soap. Yeah, you make a good point. Very good point. Yeah. Army Mom, spot on. Cheers. All right, looking at questions right now, and as you notice, there is not that much of a distance between when you post a question um, to when I see it. All right. So um, tomorrow morning I will come back on at 5 a.m. Eastern time, and then probably again around 9 a.m. Eastern time, and then 1 p.m. again Eastern in the afternoon. So I'll be coming on 3 different times, and there will always be a comment section open for you to discuss, and also post the observations that you're seeing in and around the world. So this is also the observations everybody has independently has really caused this channel to establish the credibility that we have right now. Most of you are listening to myself and Epic because we have some credibility in this. One of the things that we've said is very far off and pretty intense. But the little baby steps that have gotten us here, well, they have a whiff of credibility to them. And that's why all of y'all that are here are spending time here and talking with us. And we're all in basic agreement that something totally out of the norm is occurring. Oh God, Epic, Andrew, Stay away from the Twitters. Stay away from that dumpster fire, brother. You're a good man. You're a happy man. Stay away from Twitter. Take your finger off the Twitter app machine. Oh, if you want to see the worst of humanity, if you want to see, if you want to cry tears of misery, God, read Twitter. Twitter is a shitter. It is. It really is. Um, Absolute. I'm not going to say NASA is messed up. I think you and I fall on different sides of that coin. You know, like a parent, you just have to show your children what they're ready for at each age. You know, when your child is still believing in the Tooth Fairy and Santa Claus, well, you're not going to show them how to balance a checkbook. That's going to be a ways off. You know, you're not going to show them how to change and watch them change oil when they're still in their Santa Claus days. You know, there's a time for every season. And so NASA, if they've not been showing us the truth, is because we are sure not ready for the truth. Can't buy no. I mean, that's the thing about Twitter is that it's a two-sided thing. You know, yes, Twitter is evil. Gotcha. But it's you know what somebody's thinking, and you really do like to know what people are thinking. Yes, it's absolutely impossible to be an atheist. Because if you're an atheist, then you believe in evolution. You believe in something. There is no such thing as atheism. Yeah, sorry, brother. Absolute. I want a childhood with Santa Claus. I want a childhood with Tooth Fairy. I don't want a real childhood. I want a childhood that's fun, lively, and great. I don't want to know everything. I am fine. And I've told two of my wives, my first wife, my second wife, I don't want to know everything. You know? If I can get along fine in life, I don't need to know all of the truths. So I don't need to know any of the big secrets, and I don't need to know what you you tell your friends and get involved in minutia of things because I don't need to know everything. I'm better off not knowing. You know, because I mean, I don't know if it was the wives that I chose, but when they get friends with couples and everything, then I start knowing about couples' private lives. And when you start knowing people's private lives, then you start to look at people differently. And and I liked the person that I really didn't know. They were fine because my wives were getting information from their girlfriends, not the actual spouse that I was hearing about. So it really wasn't a fair interpretation of what was occurring in the household. So I was getting some horrible information. And after a while, I was like, I don't need to know their truths. I don't need to know his penis size. I don't need to know how bad he is in bed. I don't want to know how good her lover is. I just don't want to know all that stuff. I don't want to know I don't want to know their UFOs. I don't want to know that there are aliens here. I'm very happy with the world I have, and I was very good in not believing in UFOs. And I know you've made a great study, absolute, of this, and you've helped this channel a lot in your understanding of UFO technology and how these things work. But I was really happy not knowing. Dog and puppy. Wine 30 came early. Maybe you came a little bit late in the show. As the show progresses, it gets a little saltier. The place you're occupying is the ever wandering mind of Charles. Exactly. The best lessons to learn in life are the hardest and the most painful lessons. I have Spain's a socialist nation. People here are socialists because it's the Latin way. I mean, you just take care of your own, and no one's greater, no one's lesser than anything. People in my village still can't wrap their head around what a network engineer actually is. It's just it's what you're familiar with. It's what it's what you associate with. But I have my dear friends who want a socialist paradise, and I tell them, what does this consist of? Casa y comida sounds very good in Spanish, but basically the government provides you a house and food, and then if you want extra money, then you go and work. Well, economies don't work like that. I mean, an engineer just doesn't wake up one day and says, I'm going to be a network engineer. It takes a lot of struggle, a lot of difficulty, a lot of errors, a lot of embarrassment to gain the wisdom that it takes to be a network engineer. You have to go through a lot of different mental barriers. You have to learn to count in binary. You have to understand the 7 layers of a network, the OSI model. Oh, God. Epic. You're on the Twitters? Whoo. Man. And this channel has done the first piece of damage. Hopefully by our first live session tomorrow, Andrew's response is going to be, oh God, no, oh God, no, oh God, no, 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 Twitter. It's only one way, Jesus. No. Jesus is not the only way. That's where Christianity really makes people angry and frustrated. Do you think God is going to punish an African in the Sahara or in Sub-Sahara or in the savannah that doesn't have a Christian church and they really don't have any involvement in Catholicism? Is God going to hold it against somebody was Russian Orthodox or Greek Orthodox in their beliefs and they didn't really follow the Jesus that you follow? What about all the islands, and what about all the places that would never even the Amazonian tribes? No. The Bible is not spot on. The Bible is not spot on. No, Jesus came to do his part, but he was talking about his time and his place. And if you understand what he is saying, which is Jewish in nature, what Christ was saying was not Christian in nature. Everything that Christ spoke of is out of the Talmud and out of the Torah. He came out with nothing novel and new. He was a rabbi. And one thing a Jew will never, ever, ever do is say, I'm equal to God. Christ never said he was equal to God or he was a God. And every time everybody said you're the Messiah, he was like, I'm the Son of Man. He called himself the Son of Man over 200 some odd times in the Christian Bible. That to me is powerful. That's numbers. No, he never claimed to be. He is a son of God. He is a son of God, but to be the one mighty power, that's not him. Z, I've been quoting the Bible throughout all of these things, man. I'm a believer. I've read the Bible from the beginning of Torah to the end of Revelations. I've read it. No, he never said he's God. Can anybody please point and just do a cut and paste of any point in the New Testament that you know of where Yeshua said he is God? I just need a copy and paste where Yeshua says he is God. No, teachers aren't told the truth either. Teachers teach what they are taught. Thinkers talk about what they think. Philosophers discuss what they philosophize. I can only teach you what I've been taught. And if I've been taught wrong, and if my thinking's wrong on Jesus, and if ZZZ's thinking is right on Jesus, then I've taught myself incorrectly, and what ZZZ has been taught is correct. So teachers are not always, are rarely infallible. The most important thing you can do is teach yourself to think, to separate fly shit from black pepper, to be able to sniff out something that is not true, and to be able to have the fundamental capabilities to do your own research and to verify for yourself what is true for you and not. Hey Z, I love you, by the way. ZZZ, please don't think that I'm upset. Oh, I am the way is not I'm God. You have to understand the relationship with Jews and gods, Jews and Yahweh. I am the light, I am the truth, I am a teacher, I am bringing you this. But no, there's nowhere in if you have one place in it, that is not good enough for Jewish tradition. You have to have at least two witnesses to be able to testify. But no, Jesus was not that. He didn't want to be a God. He was a great rabbi, and he was trying to bring truth to a nation. He was not trying to elevate himself to sanctification. Everybody that followed him wanted him to be God, but no, he was the Son of Man. If you have seen me, you have seen the Father. Sure. What I teach you is coming from him. But no Jew would ever take... No, Yeshua did not have the power to go fight a war with Egypt. He did not have a power to pull a nation. He couldn't bring down 10 plagues. He was reliant on, just like Moses was, he was reliant on God for his powers. He did not have his own powers. He always prayed to God before he performed a miracle. His miracles came through God. His miracles were not of his own. Bruce, I've already walked my walk with Jesus. I've been a Catholic. I've been a Christian. I have even spoken in tongues. I have been an evangelical Christian. I've had my time with Jesus. We're good. Me and Jesus are very tight. I've spent a lot of time, a lot of very personal time reading about and praying with Jesus. So we're good. Ooh, I've touched a nerve. Thanks, Epic. Bye, Bruce. And look, we can disagree, but you can't tell me what to do with my soul. Even though you have the best of intentions, I can't tell you what to do with your soul. A priest can't tell you what to do with your soul. A rabbi can't tell. No one is responsible for your soul but you. Jesus can't do anything for your soul. You can't help me. And that's the point of eating of the apple of wisdom and truth and knowledge. With wisdom, you're not, struggle creates the wisdom. When we ate of the tree of knowledge, we are all individually responsible for our soul. You have choice. You have freedom of choice. And clearly, the Creator does not want us to walk this incredible path of divine holiness, because you put yourself aloof to the struggle of others if you think yourself holy. And that is the big downfall of every man. You cannot be like Christ. You cannot be like, you can try to be Christ-like in that level of perfection. You can try to be as perfect as God would want you to, but you're going to fail in that process because you're not being true to your soul. Because your soul has bad things that it needs to do to participate in the human experience. You've done right, Epic. You are a very good chat room manager. Very, very good. Very grateful. All right. Off the Jesus topic. We're going off the Jesus topic. We're getting back into the comment topic because we're going to wind things up. Great conversation. I hope we have some clarity. For everybody that's having a sunset tonight, be sure to look after the sun goes down for Venus, and you can't miss Venus. It is a super bright white star now. It is no longer, it doesn't have that little planetary round dot look that it used to have when it was cute and precious. We have a bright light that is visible in the sky, bright and white. And if you look above like mouse ears, you'll be able to see two bright. They're not really bright, but they're tingly. They're greenish. They're like emeralds, and those are the two comets. I don't think that these comets look like this. I don't think they look like this, because these are the comets that we're used to. And when we film these, doing their perihelion, which is their arc through the sun, we see that we see them give off a white light, which is good static electricity. But these 5 comets that we have around our planet right now, especially Atlas and Swan, are green in nature, and sparkly green at that. And the sparkly bits is the electricity that they're generating. That is the sparks that they're generating. So I don't think that Comet Atlas and Comet Swan look like this Comet 67P, which is just dust and rock and no water. So that is my gut feeling. We should start seeing some activity. The 22nd, I think, is when visually we should start seeing some interaction between the comets and the sparking. But right now, their electrical fields are touching each other, and they're beginning the process of looping their electrical charges, so that we'll see that beautiful picture that we see from the paleoglyphs. So we should be seeing this effect the 22nd, as the 2 comets begin to join their electrical fields in earnest. Yeah, good question, Epic. Has anybody seen Venus yet? Is anybody at nightfall right now? Zora, you're ready for something that's supernatural. I think we may be having it, guys. I really do. There's not much pointing me in another direction. But definitely something, we'll be seeing something like this that's been in the petroglyphs um, coming. And they didn't just do this because it was art for art's sake. This was taken from an ancient observatory that was telling different stories, especially um, of what looks to be aliens. Just keep an eye on the skies, guys. Just keep an eye on the skies for the next couple of days. As above, so below. CJ, that's a beautiful question, one that I can't answer of whether a computer has a soul or not. Um, I kind of go in an engineering way, so I need to do. I am someone that likes to do tests. I like to do experiments and to see where they come out. So I like to get results. I don't go much um, on a spirituality tangent unless I can feel it. And I can definitely not feel a soul on my laptop, although it is a wonderful laptop and we've had great times together. I don't know if I feel a soul from it. But I think that's a beautiful thing for the Dalai Lama to say. CJ, you got a good point. No, Z, not kidding. Open your mind. Come on. Open your mind and your ass will follow. Come on, brother. Loosen it up. It's okay. Computer gets no cat bowl. No, 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 no. Cat don't get no cat bowl. There's the human laps it up from the cat bowl. You are so mean to me. All right. Looks like no soul so far for the microchips and milk. Microchips and milk for a midnight snack. You jester, you. Um, Give it up for Andrew. He'll be here all night. He's not set up for a tip jar, but maybe we can set up a Patreon account for him. He is our entertainment for the evening, and he'll be here all week, guys. Good, Z. I'm good. I'm glad. I'm glad we could make your day. Laugh with us, laugh at us, but laugh. Be happy. Be merry. That's the most important thing. And the fundamental of all religions. I hate to get back to a religion story. I was going back to her Atlas and Swan, um, but the fundamental of the most fundamental religion that created Christianity, which is the Sumerian society. If you're anti-Semitic, you're anti-Jewish, because Judaism is Semitism, and so by extension, Christianity is Semitism, and Zoroastrianism was created by the god of the Sumerian people, and he just asked for three things: think good thoughts, do good deeds, and say good things, and you will be practicing the Zoroastrian religion, which is the religion of our Creator. Rim shot. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. There is no step up. None. The cat stays where it is. The cat gets no luxurious bowl. Cats have souls? If they do, they're evil. Ooh, they are evil. Um, so if you can tonight just continue to do some observations as your sun sets wherever you are in the world. Right now, I'm in Spain, and the sun has just set, and hopefully this cloud cover will break, but I don't know. It looks pretty thick. And hopefully I'll be able to see Atlas, Venus, and Swan tonight. So they'll be intersecting the 22nd and the 23rd. It is something that we'll be able to see, and we'll quickly know whether there will be an event or not. Cats were created in Egypt. They are an Egyptian creation. They were created by the Egyptian gods. So you see a very big dog record in the Mesopotamian record, but you don't see cats. It's not until the Egyptians and the later Egyptian dynasties begin to export cats. Yeah, cats were genetically created by the Egyptian gods. No problem there. Andrew, we would all love to know where Nibiru is. Probably the only person that really has a good sense of where Nibiru is Igor. Back to, I want to say one more thing about Igor, Data 1B4, and myself, and how we approach our research. Again, Data does it as a reporter. He just reports what he reads and sees to alert his channel. Igor is, I believe he's a retired police officer or ex-police officer. He's an investigator. He is a police-style investigator. He looks for clues. If he's got to teach himself something to put the clues together, like a good cop does, they're going to learn. So they're going to teach themselves something to understand what they have to work with to solve this crime. And not that Igor sees a crime to be solved, but there's a puzzle to be solved for sure. So Igor goes about his thing in a very precise methodological manner that a police officer would, with facts and something that he could take to a court beyond a reasonable doubt. I go through my things as an engineer would. Test, prove, test, suggest, test, prove. And I keep having to test everything and have independent verification of what I'm seeing, and that's how I go through my investigations. Data is a reporter and reports. Igor is an investigator, he investigates. And I am an engineer, and I follow truths to get to a whole truth. Oh, was a musician. Oh, that's interesting. He still is a musician. He plays beautifully. Good God, that man sings and plays beautifully. Oh, thanks. Kitty, you get yourself, Emma, you got yourself a little bowl. We're buying you a bowl tomorrow. Oh, I've missed those. Yeah, I've never had time to listen to Igor sing. Yeah, they have all kind of Egyptian cats. They're crazy with the cats. Yes. I got the cat. I see that little black cat. Funny man. Funny man with the jokes. Yes, comet Catalina is in the solar system, and that to us was the red Kashina. So it was a bright red star, and that's what Igor turned me on to. And so Catalina, we think, may actually be, could possibly be Nibiru, if I understand the latest research that that Igor has done. So that Catalina could be Nibiru, because he's caught it several times in his cameras, and Comet Catalina does several strange things, and every time it comes across, there's always cloud cover that follows Catalina. You really can never get a good, clear daytime shot of Catalina. Same thing, 22nd, 23rd. Partha was genius. Thank you, Andrew. Partha was that was a great conversation, wasn't it? We agreed on everything. Epic. And he is in India, and I am of a Western, a Judeo-Western tradition. I would guess cats were held more in taboo than worship. It would be a taboo not to not assist a cat. Emma, I'll help you. My cat is a calico kitty, calico cat, calico colors, just different patches and colors. And she was abandoned here in Spain by someone who thought that they could stay here, but they couldn't. All right, guys. So I am going to be winding my bit up here because it is close to 10 o'clock. Last questions. The ancients were knowledgeable. Yes, the ancients were the ones who created us. The ancients were the ones that created the planet. The ancients are the ones that created the solar system. Yes. And not to pick on you, Z, but Jesus does not have the ability to create a solar system. Jesus does not have the knowledge and the talent to create a living being from DNA. So, and you know, and I'm not picking on you, but that just to put in perspective how great the Creator is Jesus was limited by his power because his power was only that given by God. So Jesus couldn't go off on his own and say, screw this planet. I'm going to create my own solar system. I'm going to create my own Earth and my own Jupiter. Yeshua did not have that ability. Yeshua was a great rabbi, but he cannot create a planet. He could not create a human. The only way he could bring a human back to life, the only way he could bring Lazarus back to life was to praying to God, by praying to God. The source of all Yeshua's miracles, all the source of Jesus' miracles was through God. It was not through Jesus himself. I'm sorry to get back into a Jesus discussion. What time tomorrow, Absolute? Thank you for asking. Get me out of this loop that I get myself in. And I don't mean to pick on you, Z. I love you. I love you. But I've just had so much time to think about Jesus, and I've prayed to Jesus, and we've had, I think, good dialogue into who he was and what he meant. But he was a Jew. He's a rabbi. He was a Jew. He was a kosher Jew. Absolute. What time tomorrow? 5 a.m. for sure. 5 a.m. I'll go live, and then 1 p.m. for sure. So 5 a.m. Eastern time, and then 1 p.m. Eastern time, and then throughout the day. The chat session will be open, and we'll be talking about what we're seeing. Jay, you're right. Nothing may happen the 23rd. Please, you may be new to the channel, but everybody in this room acknowledges that nothing may happen. It's just that we've got a bunch of things that point to something may happen. And most of all is the way the U.S. government is behaving. The U.S. government, Donald Trump, for no apparent reason, has protected the U.S. federal government, critical services, and critical infrastructure against an EMP. That was by presidential order a year ago, September of last year. By White House order a little less than 6 months ago, Jay, the president ordered that all power grids and power suppliers protect themselves against an EMP and ensure that all of their equipment vital equipment is protected against an EMP. Why would you protect yourself against an EMP? EMPs only happen on the planet Earth when there is a nuclear event. When you have a nuclear bomb go off around your planet or around your country or in your country, you're not worried about the EMP. That's the last of your problems. And the EMP that happens on a nuclear event is very close by. It's not a widespread event. So there's no rationale or justification for President Trump to do that because we're not on a nuclear footing. We are not anywhere near close to nuclear war with any of our competitors on this globe. We're not saber rattling, not even with China. All of that is just de-escalating. So the president has no need for protecting against an EMP. Then the president of the United States and the Pentagon acknowledged UFOs. They've done a 180 on the UFO phenomenon, Jay. So why would President Trump, now I'm not even talking about President Trump, why would the Pentagon, Jay, I don't know if you've ever been in the service. I've been in the service. It is nothing but a bureaucracy. And the more you get up into the services, U.S. Army, U.S. Navy is the bureaucracies of all bureaucracies. The people that get far away from the bureaucracy is the Air Force. The Air Force has no military discipline, and they try to stay away from bureaucracy because they're fast response, baby. They got to go, 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 go. They don't have time for that bureaucratic bullshit. The Army, the Navy, the Marines, they've got all the time in the world for bureaucratic bullshit because they don't want to go fight. They don't want to go march. And if they can go put some kind of rule in front of an officer or an NCO that says they don't have to do it, sorry, sir, I can't fill out that order because you don't have I know you outrank me by legions, but I can't do what you're asking me to do because this isn't filled out right. I know it looks to you like it's filled out right, but I'm the supply sergeant. It doesn't look right, sir. Redo it. That's the military. Why is the U.S. Navy going to do a 180 on what they've said about UFOs? They have no need to. Jay, there's no hue and cry for the Navy to do a 180 on its policy that UFOs don't exist. You can go to the Pentagon right now, and every NCO you talk to will tell you that UFOs don't exist. You can go to every officer in the Pentagon and talk to them and see, and they'll tell you that UFOs don't exist. You go to a fighter pilot, you go to a jet pilot, and they're going to tell you that UFOs exist. You see what I'm saying here? But the UFO pilots couldn't get the Pentagon to even think about changing policy or discuss policy on changing UFOs. Then these bureaucrats from the Pentagon had to go leave Virginia and go into Washington, D.C., which every Pentagon member loathes doing. They hate going to D.C. Much more they hate going to the old executive office building, because that's where the political types are and the people that they're like sycophants. Military don't like the political class for good reason. The political class gets you into a war, and they can never finish a fucking war, the political class. We've lost all of our wars in America in Washington, D.C. So the military resents, hates, and cannot stand the political class of Washington, D.C. But they had to go talk to them, and they had to go talk to the president. To get to the president, they had to get to the chief of staff to say that UFOs are real and that the United States of America is changing policy on UFOs and acknowledging that they are real. But to get the president to acknowledge that, they had to get to the chief of staff and his people. And everybody along the way, especially the chief of staff, said, no, you're not going to get my president to be the UFO president. It's not going to happen, Jay. No. Trump has his own things. He doesn't need to be sticked with the UFO. What? Why didn't you tell me that in the first place? What? They've been here how long? And they've got what? And what's coming? All right. I will get the president now. We'll reschedule some stuff, and all right, you go down to the bunker. No, not that bunker. You go down to the deep bunker. Yeah. Yes. You don't have the clearance. Yeah, you have the clearance to be there. All right, you go down to the deep bunker. I'll get the president. We'll meet you there, and we'll have this conversation. Last weekend, the president, unannounced, was spending the weekend at Camp David with all his higher uppity-ups. Do you know how we found out about that, Jay? Because we had a person that lives and works in D.C., well, is retired, but is connected in D.C., and told us that the president was at Camp David. Do you know where President Trump hates to go? Camp David. Do you know where he wants to go? Mar-a-Lago. The only reason that Trump goes to Camp David, because it's not that he hates the place, it's just not up to the Trump standard. He likes gold toilets and gold mirrors, but he goes to Camp David. That's when he goes so that the people, the swamp dwellers in D.C. can't see who he's talking to and the vehicles coming and going. So from what we understood, and we got verified, that the president flew into Camp David in Air Force 2, not Air Force 1. So he went deep cover and met and had all his top echelon people there for the weekend. Supposedly, he's going to be in Air Force One this weekend. I'm going off on my tangent now. So those are just some of the tripwires that we have, Jay. Those are just some of the tripwires from the U.S. government and their behavior. And this is weird behavior. Nothing is demanding these things to happen. And you can check all of those things. I'm applying my engineering standard to what I am saying here. All of this can be verified and has been verified by members of the team here in this group. And you can do internet searches on all this EMP talk that I'm doing. And this even hit NASA. NASA is not speaking about Comet Atlas and Comet Swan. Why not? Why not? That's their bread and butter. This is showtime. This is center stage for them, Jay. This is when this is when you have the eyes in space of the American public. That's when the fleecing of the taxpayer begins by NASA and JPL. Why are they not going wall to wall with Comet Swan and Comet Atlas? And by their own admission, Comet Atlas is a strange comet. Shouldn't they be studying it? No. Crickets. We get crickets from NASA and JPL about this great sky event that everybody's talking about except the space agencies. Jay, that's just government. We're not even talking science yet. So the government is hiding something big because they're not talking bigly. If the government's not talking about it, then they're hiding it. If we're talking about it and they're not talking about it, they're hiding it. Because they always want to be part of culture and pop culture. And I am not paranoid. I'm an engineer. I'm not paranoid at all. Are you people talking? Are you looking at me? Are you watching me? CJ, you are right and wrong in one sense. Presidents are not given the permission to look at top secret stuff like Looking Glass. For example, President Obama is in trouble right now with the General Flynn situation. You would think, as president, I have a right to look at anything I want to, and I can do whatever I want. One of the amazing things about the executive branch and about the way the American government functions is the president doesn't have access to a lot of things. And the way the bureaucracy is built around D.C., especially the Pentagon, even though he is technically commander-in-chief, he gets what he is briefed. He can ask questions, and he can ask to look at stuff, but there can be an enormous bureaucratic wall built between the president and something as important as Looking Glass. So the only reason Trump would get access to Looking Glass is because Looking Glass has a need for President Trump to see what it has to offer. Oh my God! I mean, when I worked in the federal government, and in managing a network in a disaster recovery facility, which is a secret bunker, basically. If something happens, and again, I was not in a in a department that's a priority department of our federal government, but every department, Department of Energy, Department of Education, Department of whatever, Department of Defense, definitely, all of the departments have disaster recovery facilities that are away from DC and replicate everything that their department is. So there's a full backup and a full copy of the network, of the computer network, and the core, the email servers, the web servers, everything that is live for that department has a secret backup location, and we call it disaster recovery facility, DRFs. Every major corporation has a disaster recovery plan and a disaster recovery facility. So that's just part of technology. We just found a new comment. Holy crap! Jeez, epic. Thanks for the heads up and the donation. It's just all coming on so fast and strong, guys. This is not normal. We've had Atlas and Swan and all of these comet-seeking telescopes out there, and we've just never had this massive amount of comets, and much less. Somebody asked, well, when's the last time we've had a comet intersect? Well, we've never had a comet intersect, guys. That's what's so unique about this. The comets are so random and interspersed. For them to actually have an intersection, I mean, you have to understand the size of our solar system. So for two comets that are just supposed to be two random events to intersect and do it over our northern hemisphere when we're having a planetary alignment, it screams not natural, not normal. If it quacks like a duck and it walks like a duck, it flies like a duck, it waddles like a duck, it's got feathers like a duck, it shits like a duck, it's probably a duck. And so there's nothing normal about what's happening with Comet, Atlas, and Swan. And they're not having their perihelion, their looping event with the sun, they're having their perihelion over the Earth. So they are not, can you read the name of the comet for everyone? Comet NE14ABJ. NE14ABJ. We are going to have a new and dynamic and exciting moderator for the comment thread. And in the words of Donald Trump, this is going to be the greatest and the most perfect and most wonderful moderator of the comment thread ever, because Andrew, you're fired. You're fired. Anyone for a BJ. All right. I guess it's getting close to my time to sign off. I think Andrew is trying to tell me it's my chat room now, Charles. You sign off with your nonsense. But guys, we're not here randomly. In my final thoughts for this live stream, which has been epic in nature, 3.5 hours. It's going to go on as long as you guys are talking in the comment thread. This signal will stay up. This stream will stay up, even though I'm not live. And much of the best work in this comment thread is done when I'm not here. I peek in. I read what's happening. If you disagree with me, if you think I'm a government agent, if you think I'm a government plant, That's fine to talk about. It doesn't upset me. Go at it. And I'm not, when I'm offline, I'm no longer managing anything that's happening in the comment thread. That all belongs to Andrew. Unless anybody starts messing with Andrew, then I come in and play the heavy. But after I sign off, it's a free-for-all. Disagree with me. Anyone for a BJ? Oh, he's got the jokes. He's got the joke. Yeah, you got me twice. But telling me to read it for, I knew. I know. I'm on to you, Andrew. I am on to you. All right. Timeline 1. We awaken after the event. Timeline 2. Major disaster, which could cause people to go underground for the majority of time. No. Timeline 1, nothing happens. Timeline 2, we have an event, and the golden age is upon us. Timeline 3, there's just nothing pointing to a disaster. Unless the trajectory of these comments are a lie to us, and these comments are going to impact us, that would be a timeline 3. I don't think that would be the case. I think if we were going to have that kind of event happen, Flickaboo, I think the government would say, carry on life as normal. Have as much fun as you can until these 2 comets hit us. And we'll have 48 hours warning that something is happening in space, and everybody go home. So I think if this was going to be a disaster event, then we would be carrying on as normal, COVID or no COVID. COVID would be just like SARS, just like any other flu. What they're trying to do is prepare us, as all of the eschatologies of every major religion has done to prepare us. The Hopi, the Jewish, the Christian, the Muslim, the Indian, and I'm talking Indian of India, which is when the great event happens, be inside. Protect yourself inside. It's not going to be a destructive event. There's just going to be a great outdoors event. Timeline 1, nothing happens. This has not been a waste of time because we've done some good science here. And we have the science of the sun not setting properly. And it's our shadows are 40 to 50 centimeters longer noontime than normal. And then we have the great situation with the magnetic north. Magnetic north has shifted 6 degrees in less than 2 months. So those are our spatial events that we cannot ignore, that point the Breadcrumbs Project to say that something is probably going to happen at the end of Ramadan, at the end of a great religious tradition. Does that make sense, Flickaboo? No. Again, there's just no indication of a nuclear event, no major disaster. There's just nothing pointing to that. Even if I'm a government agent, thanks. That's great. Nope. No, thanks. I'm not government agent material. I'm too gregarious, too happy, too fun. I think too much, and I don't follow orders well. I mean, if you tell me to do something for a reason, that's great. But the busy work that I had in the Army and just general orders that superiors like to put on you because they have nothing better to do with you, I'm not good at that. Yeah, I'm glad you caught that, Andrew. Oh, cool. Okay, Flickaboo. Looking Glass. Got it. Anyone look at a $100 bill and see New York City getting destroyed by a nuke? Nope. Not going to waste time with that. Absolutely not. And not that it's a waste of time, but you know, we're we are 3 days, 72 hours away from an event. But definitely, if you got a $100 bill, start looking at it. Sorry, I didn't mean to be rude. Absolutely, I'm just reading the comments, and that's the first thing that popped to my mind. Zora Looking Glass is a deep government ops object program. You can do a YouTube search, and you will find a lot of information on Project Looking Glass. There will be a nuclear event for some. What do you mean, Dawn? Like a nuclear explosion? Like the bomb? Thanks, Absolute. I never mean to rub you the wrong way, and I think we'd work well together in the field. Actually, I think if you and I were wiring a building, and I was doing the telephone and network stuff, and you were doing the electrical, I think we'd have a great time together. Now, Dawn, I think you're right. I think that's how some people will experience it, but I don't think we'll have a mushroom cloud happening on the planet from this event. I agree with you. As above, so below. I cannot stress that to you enough, people. As above, so below. That's why I really am. I don't think this is going to be a destructive event. Because if the creators or whatever's happening is happening wanted to do that, that could have been done with Comet Borisov, people. Comet Borisov could have just done a little small trajectory shift, smack into our planet, lights out. It will be dimensional. Okay, Dawn, you and I are in complete agreement about that. Endgame. Are Swan and Swan and Comet visible by the naked eye? Yes, they are. In the evening sky, when you see Venus, which is a bright, I mean, not a little dot, bright little dot like it used to be anymore. No, it's like a diamond in the sky. When you see Venus, look to the upper left and upper right of Venus, and you will see Comet Atlas and Comet Swan. They will look like two little green emerald lights. So you'll have in the middle Atlas. You'll have Venus in the middle, and you'll have Atlas and Swan like mouse ears. No, Mickey Mouse ears. I hope that answers your question, Endgame. Joe Soap, did the great sign in heaven alignment being talked about on YouTube September 2017 Revelations woman would no, that didn't have anything, that nothing happened at that. No, not that I know of. It didn't move my needle whatsoever. What about Looking Glass, Flickaboo? Mickey Mouse is trouble, man. Y'all think he's cute and all funny. No, that Mickey Mouse was trouble with a capital T. That boy ran, yeah. Get him off film and get him in the green room telling dirty jokes, smoking cigarettes. I believe I smelled weed coming out of his dressing room one day. That boy was trouble, Mickey. Good one, Absolute. Disney is evil. Walt didn't mean to start out that way, but the road to hell is always paved with good intentions. All right, Epic. I'll keep an eye on things. Oh yeah. There are a ton of apps that you can get the constellations in a stellarium. The app that I use that is excellent for me. Wow, that's a beautiful sunset, but geez, it just doesn't look right. Guys, hang on. Talk amongst yourself. I'm gonna look at that. All right, so I'm on the coast of Spain. I'm looking at the Atlantic Ocean right now. It's beautiful, and hopefully tomorrow I'll do a little quick video capture and let you see what I'm seeing. But the sunset, it just doesn't look right, and the sunsets never look right in the last month and a half or so. But it looks like there are two suns. They're just the sun and another bright object that's just giving off such intense white light. I've just been seeing so many sunsets since I've been living here for the last year and a half that this sunset is not normal. It's not right. Sky Guide. Sky Guide is my software that I use, my app that I use to get the constellations and where Atlas and Swan, the comets are. They have that in their database. Project Mockingbird, yeah, the media. It's intense. It's intense, absolute. It is not right. The way the sunset right now is, it's just there's too much light in the sky. Too much white light is in the sky. It's and right now it's 10 at night, and I shouldn't have this much light in my sky right now in Spain. Nobody really notices it here, but by now it should be nice and dark. Um, but it's not. There's just too much sun. Great news, Michelle. Great news. And I hope we're not destroying your internet merchandising business by keeping you too distracted. Yes, Endgame. The sunsets look absolutely surreal. And I'm in the coast of Spain. They look absolutely surreal. All right, Dawn. Guys, so tonight, with your clear skies, find Venus and look for the two green emeralds where the Mickey Mouse ears. If Mickey Mouse had earrings, which Mickey Mouse, I'm sure, he was like Dennis Rodman, has multiple hoops, makeup covered it, and probably has nose piercings and everything else. But that Mickey, the contract, you gotta look good. Come on, Mickey, put out the cigarette. I'm putting the cigarette out. You get out of me, leave me alone. Hi, kids, how are you? So if Mickey had two pirate emerald earrings on his top of his ears, that's where you'll see Comet Swan and Comet Atlas tonight. Hopefully you'll have clear skies. Chemtrails, we had a big talk about chemtrails last night. Chemtrails are an effect of a jet engine. So a big jet engine has that big cowling, and it's in that super light atmosphere at 30,000 feet where they don't have much air. They can travel very quickly because they don't have much air density. But then again, They don't have that massive amount of oxygen to create thrust, because you have to not only have the turbine blades pulling in air and moving you forward, but you have to explode oxygen to create thrust. So what happens with the chemtrails is these engines are taking in all of this cold air. And remember, we're at 30,000 feet, so the air is very cold up there, very cold. And then it's being compressed as it goes through the jet engine and the turbine blades. Those little turbine blades, they're small, little, very efficient blades, and they're compressing the air more and more and more. And then when it's really compressed, then it's lit with a very low burning kerosene, and that creates that explosion, but at a low burning point, and it creates actual thrust. And then that hot air combines with that very cold air at 30,000 feet, and that's what you see as a chemtrail. It's fog. It's like whenever you get out of the shower and you put it on your glasses, where glasses are cold, your body is giving off hot air, and then you create fog. And that's what a chemtrail is that hot oxygenated air, super compressed in that cold air. The sun kills COVID. Sunlight is not good for viruses. Absolutely. Viruses are basically fat that is holding a small segment of RNA code. So if you can imagine DNA, how small DNA is, then take a snippet of DNA, wrap it in fat, and then have a bunch of probes that once they touch your nasal cavity can launch RNA code into your system. So sunlight is detrimental to fat. It makes fat melt. It is not the prime environment for fat. Fat likes to be in cold weather, and that way it can stay solidified. But you put fat in really hot weather, and then it kind of melts away. So sunlight, technically speaking, is good. But it's just good for us to get out. And the most important thing is, for the reason we stayed in for COVID is not only to get that curve to bend, but for the hospitals and the medical systems to get themselves up on what this virus is and how to address it and how to handle it. So we've done what we need to do with the virus. It's time for the countries to come out of quarantine, because the medical systems are educated on how to handle it, and the mass rush which happened was handled. Contrails, chemtrails. What puts off a chemtrail? Angel? What puts off a chemtrail? Contrails are chemtrails. No, they're not spraying the skies. What is spraying the skies? 747s? Or are these other airplanes that are flying spread? What are they spraying? No, we're not going. I'm not going down that route. All right, Monsanto, guys, Monsanto. Do you remember why Monsanto started? Is because we were bringing science to feed the world. In the 1960s and prior, the world was starving. Africa was starving. The world in general was starving. And the great breakthrough that Crick and Watson did in understanding DNA, and then ultimately us figuring out DNA like our creators did, was to make the world a better place. And Monsanto has done just that. The world is not starving anymore. the yield per crop and where we can grow crops has changed dramatically because of genetic manipulation of plants, where they can grow in drier places, and they don't have as much pestilence. I mean, understand, when we eat something, our body breaks it down to the component parts, and that's what enters our system. DNA of something does not enter our system. Our body breaks it down to molecules, and the molecules then enter our system. All right. Michelle, we're splitting sheets on this stuff, guys, because it's not like that, man. But it doesn't matter anymore. All of that is moot at this point. If nothing happens the 23rd, then we can go into the GMO debate, which I'm very familiar with. I've been doing this for a long time. I've talked to many companies, and I'm very familiar with genetics, DNA, genetic manipulation, good and bad, and how it works, the CRISPR method. And no, the elites, guys, elites, the Rothschilds, they want to make money. These people love money. They don't want to kill us. They don't want to control us. They want us to do what we do, so that we want nice cars and we want bling. The Rothschilds want Kardashians. If they're chemtrailing us to be Kardashians, to make more money, to spend more money so they can get bigger and nicer private jets. They want to have 747s like the Arab Emirates have. They want money, people. They don't want control. They want money, money, money. Money makes the world go round, the world go round, the world go round. Power is through money, not manipulation. Not being mean. Sorry, I'm just being Latin, Michelle. I'm not picking on you. No, they don't want us to die. No, we're not considered cattle to them, Michelle. No, I run with rich people, not anymore, but in my political life, not billionaires, but multi-millionaires. They don't want us to die. They need us. They need us to feed their vaults, to serve them, to be their manservant, their waiters, their butlers, to clean their bathrooms. They don't want us to die. They want us, they're capitalists. They want us to make more money, so we spend more money. Crispy, there's no one more woke than me. Guys, I have the experience that so many of you don't. How many of you worked in Congress? How many of you been in the most private conversations of politicians? How many of you managed political campaigns? How many of you have to talk to donors, these wealthy Rothschild millionaires, to get them to donate to your candidate, not to the other one? Crispy, I've got more experience than you can ever wrap your head around. And on top of that, I'm a network engineer, and I'm an archaeologist, and I've got a lot of ologies, experiences with me. I don't need any waking up to do. I've got experience. All right, guys. Epic, you're on it. I'm out of here. It is 10:20 my time. I will see you at 5 a.m. Eastern time for those of you who are ready to get into this thing. Much love, much peace for everybody. So the chat room, the chat will stay open as long as people are in here and talking. I want the conversations to happen. Even if I disagree with you and you disagree with me, it is great. And we've had wonderful disagreements together in this chat. And those that don't do it well, Epic will bounce you out. But this is a place of great ideas and great discussions. All right, carry on the conversation below. Live long and prosper, which is actually Jewish. This is a Jewish thing. This is a Jewish blessing. Live long and prosper. All right, guys. think good thoughts, say good things, and just be good. Good thoughts, say good things, and be nice to everybody you know, even if you disagree with them. And be nicer to someone you disagree with, so that you can engage in a dialectic and grow in the conversation together. All right, guys. Cheers. Thank you, Andrew, for this great wine and the memories that's created. I will be lapping up my cat bowl nicely, and I did hear a cat a minute ago. Hang on a second. I did hear a cat. Let me mute my mic. And that is Emma, my the cat that I've rescued, and she has Asperger's syndrome. She hates to be held. She hates to be petted, but she loves to come up and love and play and have a good time. She has a great life, but that's the most I can hold her. That's what she got. All right, that's Emma. Oh, look at Charles. Charles's kitty. I've got all the jokes to go with that one, but I'll leave those up to Epic. You've got it. All right, guys. Good night. Cheers. Thank you so much for being in the stream. And tomorrow we continue this process. We're looking for what's going to happen in our future, and let me make some corrections before I sign off. Before I go, any last questions? The cat wants his bowl back. The cat is not getting this bowl back. It has no rights to this bowl at all. All right, guys. Any last questions before I go? And I know you don't, because I've talked ad nauseum. So Epic will be in charge of the stream, and the moderator, and I'll pop in and look. And if you have any questions, please email me, thebreadcrumbsproject.com, and I will answer any and all emails. All right, guys. Again, cheers. Good night. Thank you.